We should be live.
Wow.
I think.
Your countdown is amazing.
Power.
Magic.
The power of command.
Hey, everybody. This is David, and we're playing this High Shelf Gaming, right? And tonight we're going to be playing some AGON, second episode of our Grand Odyssey, our epic Odyssey. My apologies. Grand is not a big enough word for what we're doing here. No. So everybody.
Grand is if we were like Victorian steampunking something.
Yes,
weird.
right.
Grand Odyssey.
Yeah, the great, right? Yeah, no, all those words.
We're going to the Amazon. How exotic!
Let me tell you something, dear.
Which is what we're not doing today. Today, our epic heroes are on the Isle of Nemos, coming back. Talk about HSG real quick. We have a bunch of cool stuff going on. Obviously, AGON on Saturdays. Monday, making some characters with Shadowrun, run by Katrina.
Yep.
That is going to be awesome. And then we've got on Wednesday. Are we playing a game Wednesday, or are we taking that week off? How you feeling, Mike?
Brindlewood Bay.
So far, I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay. I didn't want to like commit you to running Brindlewood Bay this Wednesday, but if you're in for it, like we're doing Brindlewood Bay, right?
I've been watching the Murder She Wrote to bone up for it.
Yes,
that's right.
And I'm trying to catch up in the book, so it's okay. It's all right. It's coming together.
Yes,
I think we're gonna be good.
I'm so excited for that.
We're
Gotta
so
make
ready.
my Southern Belle lush. It's good.
We are going to light things on fire. I think is really what's going to happen. I don't. We might be doing our own murders.
Like
You're gonna be nice, dainty old ladies, and then I don't know what happens after that. Yeah.
Mike is gonna feel like every law enforcement official in the show Murder She Wrote. That's just like.
Why?
Okay.
Why?
Okay.
What are you doing? Why?
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
You're not even supposed to be here.
That's always how it goes, though. So like, you're not supposed to be here, and then she's like, "Oh, yeah, you're right." And of course, you've already noticed this thing, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, huh? How about that? What do you? I mean, what do you think about it? That's so. Yeah, we definitely both noticed that. Like, cool.
We have our thoughts, but before we share ours,
Yours.
What do you think? How's it going?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. So, that's gonna be lots of fun. And we have a fun-packed weekend. We just did Mass Effect yesterday, our first session of that. So, like, February's in full swing. We are launching games and making stuff happen, which is gonna be super dope. I think, Ethan, I'm gonna just turn it straight over to you, and we start doing our AGON stuff.
Whoa. All right. Let's do that then. All right.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a recap. Keep folks up and fresh and you know, knowing what's going on. Last time you all first you were caught in a storm, having you were on your way home, minding your own business. And then, storm out of the blue, just surrounded your ship, and through your individual efforts and your group effort to keep the ships from sinking and all of the awful things that can happen in a storm at sea, we determined that Boulder Lake Hilarion would be the leader of this merry band of, demigods for the most part, and then just mortals that are just that cool.
Yes.
Dude.
Just a
Phaedros,
dude.
Phaedros, you're the mortal that's just super cool.
I'm the stray, just some dude out here along for the ride. Yeah.
But has many ways of being like pretty similar to a demigod. So it's like, can go toe to toe.
Yeah.
And after some time, you all arrived on the island of Nemos, which is this island dedicated to sort of like scientific discovery. They have an acropolis dedicated to Apollo. The island itself is just made up of like rocky sea cliffs, and there's a lot of like caves and things like that, and some rivers that are just choked with this weird sludge that you guys notice. But after arriving, you saw a few signs from the gods. You saw this bright, shining torch, a sign from Apollo. And you saw a serpent whose head had been cut off, but still remained venomous and dangerous even then. And you're meant to interpret these things. Well, Hilarion is meant to interpret these things and guide you all into making sure that, the gods leave happy. That when you leave, that the gods are happy. Because it's one thing if these people are happy, but more importantly, the gods have to be happy. Otherwise, you guys are not going to get home anytime soon.
The gods just keep piling it on.
Yeah, like there's a lot of islands. There's a lot of islands in this book, and I just got to keep throwing them at you until, until you fill up enough constellations. Yeah.
The gods of ethos.
Yes. Ethanos. Yeah.
Venomous.
And I forgot to mention. Yeah, we're playing AGON 2nd edition. There is a 1st edition that worked like significantly different than this edition.
I didn't realize it was a huge rework.
Yeah, they did a lot of different stuff, because in the 1st edition you had like attack dice and defense dice, and you held them in different hands and like threw them all. Like it was a whole thing. It worked very differently, but this is a much streamlined, I believe, like rules wise. I'm a big fan.
Look, I'm all about active combat systems, but to like demand that I hold them in different hands, like, yo, dude.
Well, it's part of the experience, right? It's like, I'm swinging my sword, and I'm holding up my shield, and you drop the dice as you do it, and it's like,
I get it.
It's a whole kinetic experience. I'm all for it. I think it's cool, but this is the edition we're playing, and it's pretty great. Yeah. So I think when we left off, Xenon had done some night hunting for food for Typhus, I believe.
Yes.
The hawk, eagle, something, falcon, hunting bird.
Yeah, I mean,
is a raptor of some sort.
I want it to be as big as if it could be like a golden eagle, I'm in. Like one of those Mongolian style big golden eagle things that
it's got like a talon the size of my entire like finger.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and it's like even working with this thing it's like it kind of tolerates Xenon. Like it has its own program, and Xenon is negotiating with the bird.
So it's like the size of eagle that can like pick up a deer, kind of deal. It's like,
thank you.
Good.
That's exactly what I want. Thank you.
Yeah,
so
you
much.
can have that. You are a Greek hero of myth. You can have pretty much whatever you want. Like it's just as big as you want it to be. Yeah, Xenon had done some night hunting and found that whatever is polluting these rivers is coming from within the mountain of the island. With some information you gathered. You had also gathered information that the prince who had not died of natural causes, and perhaps had been poisoned even, because there was this dark liquid on his lips and these strange like holes, like not like a bite. There was only like one tooth, which is so weird. We know that that's just like a injection, but man, y'all are just no clue what's going on there. It's like, what is that? You're not supposed to open up the body. It's not how medicine works.
Tiny little daggers, just stabbing away. Yeah.
That, or there's some sort of weird like cyclops snake thing where it's only got one tooth and one eye, and it's taking people out. That's what I think it is.
Could be,
reasonable.
Yeah. And you also noticed that Priest Harkon and several of the other priests at court had these serpentine tattoos that kind of stuck out of their collars and the sleeves of their robes. And maybe they're not just dedicated to Apollo, if at all. Maybe there's something else going on. But we'll pick up the next day. You've all rested. There's no rest mechanic in this game. You do that in between islands. Once you're here, you're here. It's like Olive Garden. When you're here, you're here.
All the adventure you can eat.
That's right. All the breadsticks and pathos you can eat. But yeah,
those breadsticks are kind of like pathos. I mean, like the first two is like, oh yeah, this is the way forward, right? And then like 8 or 9, like I regret.
Once you eat that 5th breadstick, it does move you down your fate track and lead you towards your inevitable doom. So they are very similar in that respect. Yes. But yeah, you all have rested. You've eaten. You were invited to breakfast with King Telmerios. And Queen Naia is also there in her court. You've all been invited because you all, greatly improved the king's mood the night before at the funeral and helped him to feel a bit better about his son's passing. Is there anything you all would like to do at breakfast as you're eating with the whole court there? Any questions?
Marion is going to eat a lot.
Right.
Big boy takes a lot to keep him going.
You can't see Hilarion's nose because the food is piled so high, and they'll just keep adding it on, just sure, eat. You are heroes.
I just want to confirm real quick. We did figure out that not only was he stabbed with needle points, but he was poisoned as well. The prince.
Yeah, there was some kind of weird. Whether
sure
it came from the needles or had been ingested, you're not there. There's no way to know. But that dark liquid had kind of dribbled out of the prince's lips. But yeah, are there any? So the queen's here, the court's here. If there's anything you guys would like to know at this point, you can sort of ask and talk. If it comes to the point of a contest, we'll do a contest. But there's a lot that you guys can get done without us kind of getting there. Priest Harkon is also sort of at a different table. Kind of all the priests are sort of gathered together at a secondary table. They're not quite, members of the court or what have you. And Thessia is here as well, the alchemist that you all met the night before. And she seems to be talking with not only Harkon, but a couple other of the alchemists from the Acropolis of Apollo. Sort of, it's not heated or anything. They're just discussing something with great detail and very fixated on details and kind of counting. It seems to be some counting and discussions of quantity of things. So yeah, what would you all like to do?
How is the queen acting?
So the queen is kind of reserved this morning. She's very difficult to read, just in general. It's almost like this youthful appearance. Kind of, she almost wears it as a mask at times. Is this pristine, almost statuesque face that she can just present to the world, and is just kind of sitting and not really eating so much, just kind of at times talking with people who have come to speak with her and things like that. She'll drink some wine and some water and things like that every now and again, but she seems calm and stoic. The king seems in better spirits and is kind of joking and laughing with some of the members of the court as well, and kind of just seems to be almost night and day from the previous night. So yeah, in more ways than one, it is night and day, the behavior of the king. But yeah.
So I think that Great Hunter Xenon will take a moment to marshal his great eagle, remove the hood, give it a small morsel to get its appetite roaring, and then do a bit of a show. Get the eagle to fly up into the rafters and perch, hunt, and I will take a bit of meat on a string and toss it along the ground and have it scurry in such a way as to draw the eagle down and try and kind of stir up the room a little bit. See who shows fear at the display of the eagle, and who shows some sense of awe.
So this seems to me, this does seem like a contest to me. Not one with any particularly large stakes, but this does to me seem a contest of arts and oration. And it may be that no one else wants to participate. It may be that other people do want to participate. But in any case, I will go ahead and roll I'll say that here the sort of antagonist, I suppose. We'll say that who you're rolling against is Queen Naia because she also represents the court. And so this is really that's who you're contesting here is the court and their opinion because you're trying to get them to liven up, trying to get them to, kind of open up and have fun. So
Sure. Yeah. Exactly. And if one of them approaches me later, that's really
right.
goal met kind of thing. So.
Mm-hmm. So we'll have Queen Naia, whose name is a D8. So she has advantage because she is at her court, so that's a D10.
Okay.
So at court, and she's unnaturally youthful, so that'll give her a die just always.
She has the blessing of someone, and that blessing follows her wherever she goes.
Perhaps so. And I think this isn't combat, so yeah, I could ignore the rest of that. I'll change the name of this to ruler because that's what it is. And yeah, we'll go ahead and roll strife, which should come up on the dice roller, I think, if I clicked it. Oh no, I remember now. There's more things. It's arts and oration. Okay. So the target number is just 8. Which is not terribly difficult to beat.
Right.
So who will face this contest of arts and oration against Queen Naia and her court?
Iron-willed Macaria will
Okay.
take up
Excellent.
this challenge.
Great Hunter Xenon absolutely will.
Mhm.
I'm intending to woo the court and gain allies here amongst the land here.
Great. Yeah.
Great. Hilarion, Boulder-like in all ways, decides to throw his lot in and compete to entertain and take the attention of the court.
Excellent.
Yes. Not sure if I really have anything to do for it. Like, I want to try to get the queen on our side. She seems a little off, but
Okay.
I think I'm waiting on this one. I'm sitting this one out.
All right. Would you like to support someone?
Oh, this is the part where I make somebody spend their bonds to like make me support them, right? That's
So that gives them a different die. You can support them, and then they can spend a bond to be bolstered by you as well.
Wow.
So there's like you can add some dice on. But if you just want someone to do better, then you can also just support them and gain a glory in the process. Because if you don't do anything, you get 0 glory. But if you support someone, you at least get 1.
do something. I feel like iron-minded Macaria may have the best chance of winning her to our side.
Okay. Excellent. And let me make sure which die that is. Support. You pass your arts and oration die to Iron-minded
The
Macaria.
D6. Yeah.
Okay, so Macaria will get an extra D6. Okay, so that is the part. Spoken your name.
I would like to spend a bond to
Okay.
Enlist someone to help me here. Is that I do that here now or
Yeah, so that'll be like your additional dice. So depending on how you want to use that bond.
Yeah, I'm going to maybe with only the quickest of glances bring Hilarion to assist me as I make the morsel of food scurry between Hilarion's feet. And involve him in the show.
So then you will get a copy of Hilarion's name die, and everyone's name die is still a D6. So
Sweet. That's fine.
Yeah, you'll get a D6, and
That stopped me from also participating.
no, you can still participate. It's just that you're involved in multiple ways now.
That's awesome.
Essentially.
That's so great.
Okay. All right. So Macaria has already tested her fate, and it seems that she has suffered. If everyone else would like to go ahead and do the same.
Yep, I am testing my fates. Canceling that one. There we go.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh.
no.
Oh, that was
we-
might. Okay.
Oh
I mean,
no.
also bad, but
Oh,
okay.
no.
All right, come on. Somebody's got to. Well, if
so
nobody
I've
succeeds,
got-
nobody succeeds. But
Yeah, so I've got a 1d6 from forcing Hilarion to help me out, right?
right.
And I don't think I've got any other stuff. I don't have advantage.
No.
in any way.
You
Okay.
can spend Pathos if you want to add another domain.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
So I will submit on this, and I'm not spending any divine favor.
Okay.
There you
Hey,
go.
So
Xenon Great Hunter prevails.
that's right. Okay, so now we will recite our deeds, sort of one at a time, and we'll start with Boulder-like Hilarion. So suffering can mean a lot of things. This is a pretty low-stakes contest. The only thing you're really risking here is perhaps a bit of embarrassment in front of the court. But it can be as minor or as major as you want to make it. It's just that something negative has happened to you as consequence of this.
My bird stolen some of your food, and your mountain is less mountainous.
The Boulder like Hilarion, he's telling this story of this time that he was in battle, and he's explaining to the king how he fought his way to the top of the hill against all of the enemies and claimed it and was holding it as king of the hill, so to speak, and realized that all of his enemies were at the bottom and were taunting him down, and he had no ranged weapons. They were throwing rocks at him, so he threw himself down at them and crashed down upon, and he just like waves his arms up like that, and that's when David Bird like crawls underneath his legs and he trips and falls backwards off of the thing and lands with a mess, breaks a vase. There's food everywhere. It's horrible.
And maybe rolls a bit, which
Oh yeah.
Which though
'cause,
you do,
you got to roll.
yeah.
As
Which-
boulder-like as you are, you must.
Which though
Yes,
you
you
do suffer, you have done an excellent job of illustrating the maneuver that you were describing. And so in that way, you were still appreciated by the court.
Just imagine that vase was the bad guy. That's
Yeah.
what happened.
And some people kind of grumble like, oh, I worked really hard on that vase, but other people are kind of like laughing at it. It still has like, it comes out to be a positive because it not only strengthens what Xenon can do, but also gives a bit of levity. Okay, so Iron-Minded Makaria.
So
Also-
Makaria is talking to a few people, telling just story of the battle that they have recently been through, and her eyes catch what is happening with the others, and instead of continuing her story, she begins to kind of ramble because she's concentrating more on them than the people that she's talking to, which is very rude and not a good thing to do. So they end up kind of just excusing themselves from her, but that does mean that she gets to watch kind of what happened and blame it all on the others.
That's right. Yeah, and those members of the court who were kind of listening, they were also kind of very distracted by this. So it was almost like you weren't really listening to what you were saying, and neither were they. And so it was just kind of like that whole story just kind of like fizzles,
It just
and
fell
they
flat.
go to see the spectacle that is now occurring.
Yeah.
Totally see you're telling the story, and then that's what is that idiot doing again?
Which brings us to Great Hunter Xenon prevails and is best.
So yeah, Grey Hunter Xenon is in the middle of his demonstration, and at first was during setup was kind of ignoring the status of everyone else in their storytellings and their own command of the court, and so unfortunately has stolen some of that thunder. But in the demonstration of the attack of the bird and then the resulting like thunderous impact of Hilarion, boulder-like as he may be, and Xenon is able to use this moment, the kind of chaos in the room, to end up next to the queen's aide, who seems most taken by the bird and the way that it was able to very efficiently dive, between people, folding its wings just so in order to clasp its prize and ignore all other morsels within the room. The sort of communication and rapport we have with one another. And Xenon ends his demonstration kind of speaking with the aide about how it's important to have close bonds with those whom you trust your life. But also it's important to know when you should seek the help of others, as my bird has sought the help of Hilarion in order to win its final prize.
Yeah, and the aide, probably like a handmaiden, right? The one who has the like big thing of hot rocks in the room to keep it warm, like the kind of that's probably a bit further in forward in time than.
Could it be like I don't know, do they do things like lady in waiting? Do they do like the gaggle of people who follow the queen around? Could it have been one of them? There's
In
still
this
more.
in this mythical Greece, yes.
Okay.
I don't know about real Greece, and I don't pretend to. And it even says so in this book.
Yes.
We're not pretending. Just like in the Blades in the Dark book, they have that whole section that's like, science has no place here. Don't even come at me about what's possible and what's not.
Thank you. Yeah, because
here it's like, this is not really Greece.
Yeah, I don't want Xenon working. Sorry, maybe I said wrong with aid was probably inappropriate. I wanted Xenon to be with another like noble person or person of status, that kind of thing. But would be very closely allied with the queen.
Okay, yeah. So probably like a senior, like one of the more senior ladies in the court.
Perfect.
Perfect. Yeah. And you have her ear. You certainly. So just to do the bookkeeping before we continue, sort of weaving our narrative. Xenon will receive 8 glory. Because that was the target number. Everyone else receives 1. So Phaedros for supporting, and Macaria and Hilarion for suffering. You still get 1 glory. You still did something.
Does Hilarion get an additional glory for being bonded into helping?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, you've spent a resource, which is the only sort of bookkeeping that goes into that.
Got it.
But yeah, so you have this lady's ear. The queen seems to smile. She it's one of those kind of like a very slight, more like with the face and the eyes than it is like actually her mouth. Just sort of a like, I am amused and you can now see that I'm amused kind of deal, and that's about as much as you're gonna get.
Perfect.
And Thessia and Harkon are also kind of distracted and sort of enraptured in this performance. You do also have several members of the court asking to throw like bits of meat into the air for the bird to catch them, which
right. Yeah, naturally I do, and I'll give them a dismissive like, no, we don't. The bird would not respond to you. What was my bird's name again?
Typhus. Yeah.
Typhus is particular in whom he works with, but perhaps tomorrow when his belly is ready. And I'm going to leave Typhus there on the ground, like rending this, I don't know, quarter hair or whatever it is, right? And like let Typhus's own predator nature kind of continue to distract those that it can, while Xenon has an aside with this senior maiden.
So what are you intending to discuss with her?
Yeah, Xenon wants to understand what are the ailments of the queen. What are the challenges that she faces in this time? Me and mine, we are here for the time that we are, and I'm seeking to understand the needs of those around me.
Yeah. This lady will she'll introduce herself first as Sophia. Yeah, and she'll say, "Oh, well, the queen wants for nothing. She has no threats. Honestly, her health is perfect. Her power absolute on this island. It's honestly her largest um largest source of strife is probably boredom, I would assume. Just a lack of consistent entertainment, but other than that, she's well fed. She drinks whenever she likes. She has a lovely court around her.
Excellent. Then she must be entertained with experience and with show. I think that is something that we can certainly achieve.
Mm.
And I'm
Of course, her son has just passed. I'm sure that weighs on her, but in generally speaking, the island is serene.
as I've seen with my own eyes. It has perhaps in the hills and mountains there may be um, uh, uh, there may be a how did Xenon put that? I think in the hills and mountains I saw signs of calamity, but here in this castle I would agree that it is quite serene, and you all live an idyllic existence.
Yeah, and you must understand that courtly politics, there are no vacations. So I would not know what occurs in the countryside.
Indeed. Well, let me tell you a tale, and I'll continue to regale her with something.
Yeah, and she seems like sort of troubled by this polluted water, but then sort of like lifts her glass and inspects her own water that she has and takes a sip. She says, "Well, not all the water, which is good news."
Great.
And kind of kind of is like one of those, like she is nobility and has no concept of what the average individual on the island would be facing. She spends all day in court making
Right.
sure that she remains a senior lady in court, and
Right.
will probably unburden herself of some of those woes on you. Just kind of the difficulties of courtly life. It is just, it drains the soul at times.
I understand. It is my intention to fill the soul so that you are not drained more than is necessary. I completely understand the the needs of the court are many and constant.
Indeed, yes. And your companion, if I may be so bold, is quite impressive, and such an Zeus himself must have crafted that bird with his own hands.
We shall keep that secret from Typhus. We don't want it getting to his head.
And she kind of, she laughs and does the, like, covers her face, kind of like,
Perfect.
I can't show that I'm too tickled by that, but that was a very good joke that you just told, kind of deal.
That's cute.
Not
That's
allowed to
cute.
laugh at the gods, but tee hee hee. Yeah.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
can't do it. Not here for the
Yeah,
queen.
can do it. No, not in front of the queen. That shows weakness.
Love it.
Yeah, and she actually asked you before you leave. She says, will you be participating in the games today?
If there are games that I may participate in, that would see if there are games that I could apply my skill at, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. The games today in honor of the prince. It is. Some choose to fight unarmed, but you can also fight with arms if you so choose. But they'll be, sticks and blunted weapons. We don't want anyone dying.
Of course.
Certain. Not another. Right.
There's enough of that already. This is for fun. Yes.
But I would be interested to see how you all fare against the champion of Nemos. Cerseos himself is. Well, all of our fighters are formidable, but Cerseos himself stands far above. Even then.
Well, that would be quite the feat. I think that some of us intend to join in the games. Hilarion himself, boulder-like that he is quite the fighter. I think that you can expect to see us there.
Oh, excellent! I will certainly be in attendance. Yeah, and she kind of like talks for a little while longer, but then sort of gets pulled to the side by other members of the court and kind of goes to speak with them and continue
Perfect.
fighting for her life.
Yeah,
for,
livelihood.
for her reputation, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So what is everybody else doing?
Valerian is recovering from his brief fall and recollecting his plate and getting everything on. I think for the most part, he just is just conversing with the king and making sure the man stays happy
Yeah.
and that his plate stays full. I mean, these are the important things in life. Make sure the king is happy and make sure your plate is full. All else, you
Yeah.
know. Also, when he's distracted, he might, slip a bowl of something strong over by the bird. Hilarion's been trying to get that bird drunk since he first laid eyes on it. It hasn't worked yet, but
Hits you with
he's
that one
gonna
big
get there.
eye.
It always looks at him because he always gives it food too. He's always like, "Here's a chicken leg and a bowl of meat. Like, here's some wine." Eventually he's gonna get that bird drunk.
Right.
We don't know how it's gonna work. Maybe he dunks the chicken leg in the wine a little bit, and then but it's gonna be flying upside down before the end of this adventure.
Excellent. And I will say, just as a mechanical benefit for them prevailing in this contest, in the future, any contests that involve Queen Naia at court specifically, that advantage die, I've reduced that to a D8, as you also have sort of some sway among the court.
Oh,
Like
cool.
normally an advantage is a D10, but I'll lower that down to a D8. I think you've all earned it, right?
And is that for the whole group?
Yeah. So that's for any contests that involve Queen Naia and her court.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like you've curried some favor and made them laugh, and in various ways, I think everyone has sort of ingratiated themselves to this court, so they're not.
And we've learned some things about the way that things are structured here, so that's good.
Yeah. So is there anything else anyone would like to do before the games begin?
I think that Xenon would tell the group what I've learned of the games and what sorts of contests are happening, and to look out for their champion. I think also Xenon would probably describe the queen as like porcelain, perfect in every way, without blemish or need, and so to try and kind of couch it in that poetic light.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Phaedros. Did Phaedros have something? Okay.
I was going to make a joke about eating pancakes, but that was it. That's
okay. You certainly eat some sort of unleavened something.
Oh yes, there's Tigonite. Anyway, there's some sort of ancient Greek pancake that was served for breakfast. Yes. Thank you, Google.
Yeah. So, you all, are sort of directed / pushed / like just guided in the crowd, right? Like there's this crowd at court now who is sort of enamored with all of you and your strength and your abilities as heroes, and kind of like usher you down to the grounds around the fights. The arena. It's sort of a sand pit, with kind of like shields backed by like timber. So it's like sort of like a waist high kind of deal. They've sort of fashioned this sand pit just to keep things feeling. It's got to feel like rugged and I guess kind of it can't feel too fancy, or else it's not exciting for the court. So it's got this very kind of rugged look to it. This fighting pit, and you notice that all of the fighters of Nemos, you can see them all sipping this elixir. as they sort of stand around preparing for their fights. And you can see it's these very small bottles of this dark liquid. You can see them all drink it, and as they do, you can see as for a moment the veins sort of all over their body run black and then sort of fade a bit, and you can see as their kind of like muscles bulge and sort of some of their like backs kind of hunch for a moment, and then they sort of straighten up, and they all look much more formidable than they did a moment before.
Steroids. This is unfair.
Yeah.
This is definitely some witchcraft of some kind.
Right.
Because this is not something that a god would bestow upon us, right? This is certainly not something that we would expect from, Apollo or anything along those lines.
Yeah, it's certainly strange, and you actually see that Thessia is sort of milling about, and she has like vials of this concoction with her, and is sort of like, excitedly telling individuals about it, how it's sort of like this cure-all, and it can, increase vigor, and that you sort of overhear just like vague details, like, oh yes, the priests have helped me, procure ingredients for this. It is some of the rarest and some of the most miraculous alchemy I have ever
get
seen.
over there to get the sales pitch, like,
yeah,
like
you can hear for sure the sales pitch for this, but it's all very like vague, and like I'm trying to sell you on the effects, not what it's made of. Like I'm not gonna
Right.
mention
buy
what
my
it's made
snake
of.
oil. Yeah.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, and you can hear her kind of like talking about it, and things like that. So yeah, the time has come. The sort of trumpet sound to begin these games. And you all kind of have a few options here. You can participate physically in the games, or I think, so you can join in the brutal combat of the games, or you might decide instead to investigate the source of the alchemical mixtures. And I will say we can run both of these contests. I don't mind doing both of them.
Right.
If people want to sort of split, but whoever would like to participate in the games may do so, and then maybe some other people can either support those fighting in the games or pursue this sort of, what are these mixtures?
So it's sort of like one contest, but you can only put your points towards one thing.
Yeah.
So like somebody couldn't do an investigation, but also support.
Right. And I'm going to run it as two separate contests, because one of them is going to be blood and valor, right? Because you're fighting. And the other is going to be certainly a craft and reason to kind of use your wit and smarts to figure out what's going on with this elixir. And you also are kind of contesting against two different forces. Some of you will actually be fighting the fighters of Nemos, and others will be sort of against Thessia, honestly, to kind of suss out like what is going on with this alchemical mixture and things like that.
Yeah. I think Xenon will look to Hilarion and briefly say, Hilarion, are you intending to join the fights in the games?
Of course.
Excellent.
How could this have even been a question?
I just
We've known each other long enough, little buddy. We definitely were going to.
Indeed. I just wanted to make sure. And Xenon reaches into his pouch and draws out some blue powder, and says, "If I may, I would like to paint you so that you may have the best chance of putting on the biggest show possible. Keep their attention."
You're going to need more powder, little buddy.
Indeed. Indeed. This becomes a paste, a broader paint.
Well, get a bucket and let's go to work, and a
All right.
broom, and I'm gonna be little boy blue. Let's do it.
Beautiful. Yeah, I would like to war paint him on some level. Give him all of the the markings of a fierce warrior that I can.
Yeah, and what sort of things do you mark? Like, what do these marks look like?
I think it's like probably big diagonal slashes coming in from the shoulders, right?
Mhm.
And then maybe like I really don't know what they would do, but just something to like big, sharp angles, broad, going to narrow
Right.
points, kind of thing
Yeah.
to like maybe break up the form of him a little bit, make him look kind of tiger-esque, something along those lines.
Okay, yeah, and sort of to kind of take this big giant mountain of a man and sort of give some like accentuate kind of the like very intimidating portions and maybe
Right.
like turn what is just a mountain of a man into like something that like accentuate that no this is a warrior. This is
all
not
muscle.
just
This is all
yeah
muscle.
like sort of yeah. Have you noticed that all of this is muscle? It's not just size. It's
Right,
muscle.
Yeah, no, there's a protective layer over it, of course. I don't want to get cold. We travel on the ship. You need to keep warm. So there is a protective layer, but it's all muscle under that.
Right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I
Um,
just want to do a little assistance for him.
Yeah. So we'll begin with the combat of the games, I think. Who face a contest of blood and valor against the fighters of Nemos?
Hilarion the Boulder like will face a contest of blood and valor.
Excellent. And anyone else?
Any Wade Phaedros will do the contest of blood and valor.
Okay, excellent. All right, so I have to put in information for the fighters of Nemos. Ooh, okay. Nice. All right, so we have two.
That sounds
in the
both bad
contest.
and exciting.
Yeah, that was. I can't wait to see how that goes.
So this is we're gonna introduce a new mechanic. Is basically what is occurring. D6. We have elixir drinking, which gives them another D6, and bold. They are bold, which gives them a third D6. At some point, I will stop calling out all of the the attributes in their die value. But yeah, so this contest, because of their elixir drinking, this contest is also perilous, which means a thing, and that thing that it means, once I find it in my rules reference. So basically, perilous means that if you suffer in this contest, you must mark pathos because you are taking some form of damage. Yeah, is the idea here. So I will roll that up. Let's see. Yeah, perilous. We got the 3d6s. Strife level 5. Roll. Go over to the other window. This is blood and valor. Target number 11. Okay. So this is the sort of first round. This is everybody's like. This is the tournament. So whoever prevails and is best in this contest will face the champion. Is sort of how this works. So we have Mini Wade Phaedros and Great Hunter Xenon.
So then there's two steps to this one.
So this is just the first contest. There will be a separate contest against Cerseus. Cerseus has a whole other set of stuff going on. But yeah, this is the first contest where you're fighting the fighters. So any epithets, bonus dice, divine favor, anything you all want to add in, is all fair game.
Don't participate in this one, we can.
Yeah, you'll do the craft and reason to sort of investigate this elixir.
That is the one I would like to do.
Same.
That one.
Yeah, and is it okay for me to have helped Hilarion to give him a
Yeah, I think that's fair because you sort of already described how you did it, right?
Right.
You did the sort of body paint. The question is, I'm sort of two minds of whether it's more appropriate for Hilarion to call in a bond and call in your name die, or for you to have given your blood and valor die, because it doesn't seem like the help you gave was physical,
blood and valor,
right? It was like something else. So
okay.
I'll leave that up to I think either way the dice needs to get there. And so if this is you spending a resource instead, then I think that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and call it that. You can give him your blood and valor. And if anybody who's doing the investigation would like to support, I think that's okay. So if y'all want to support individuals in the contest, that's fine as well.
Are all three of you in the contest?
I'm not in the contest. I just I wanted to go do the investigation, but I wanted to give Hilarion a bit of an edge.
I'm also going to support Hilarion.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. So
Sorry.
Hilarion, Xenon and Macaria, what are your blood and valor dice?
6.
D6.
Okay, so you get 2 extra d6s. And are you spending divine favor? Is it spending divine favor, or even calling on a bond with a god? Can do any of those things.
So I was gonna spend a pathos to pull in resolve and spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, you just have a lot of fight in you. You can't be taken out. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
So when you spend the bond again,
So if you spend a bond to bolster you, then you get a copy of their name die. If you spend a bond with a god, which I don't know if you have one, that's a d12.
Right.
You can also spend a bond to defend. And basically you do that after the fact. So if you suffer in this contest, you can spend a bond to not mark pathos for the perilous condition.
Okay.
And then the other way you can spend a bond is to convince the leader to do something, basically.
Yeah. Okay, so I can spend a bond to make like iron-minded Macaria spot something in the crowd and shout it out to me or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna do blood and valor. 11 is my target. I'm going to use boulder like.
Yeah, I think that definitely applies.
So pathos. Explain that again, because I have nothing marked on the pathos thing.
Okay, so pathos is it works as kind of like your catch-all sort of health, stress, whatever you want to call it. You can mark it to add a second domain.
Okay, so it sort of hurts in the long run, but I'm okay.
Yeah, it gets you closer to your fate, but it is a resource to be used.
Okay, so then I'm going to use resolve and spirit.
Okay.
And then I add another 2d6.
Yeah, so you add 2d6, one from Xenon helping you and one from Macaria
right.
supporting you.
Submit. No divine favor. Submit.
Okay, great. So both of you have prevailed, but it seems that Phaedrus was best. The underdog, the dark horse.
Dang, Phaedrus.
So I'll set the scene for you all. This contest is a we'll just call it like a melee, right? It is all of the fighters, all of the contestants in a sort of free-for-all fists, weapons, whatever you've got. All the weapons are like training weapons, right? So it's like blunted spears and blunted swords. They're hurt, they're going to leave a bruise, but they're not going to draw blood, right? And so it is this melee with all of the fighters of Nemos. I'll say there's probably at least 10 of them besides the two of you. Cerseos is not participating. You can see Cerseos is sat sort of in this, not like a throne, but like a nice, like sort of leaned back on like against like the viewing area, and kind of has this like sash wrapped around him, is like declaring him champion. He's got the championship
Mr.
belt,
Nimos.
right? Yeah. And like I'm sure there's a couple like lesser ladies of lesser reputation from the court, like feeding him grapes and stuff like that. I mean, sort of just like watching, and and enjoying, like, this is the thing that he does, that he's good at, right? So he's enjoying his event. But yeah, we'll start with Boulder like Hilarion. How do you prevail?
Well, Boulder, like, I mean, this is Hilarion. He finds the biggest guy on the field, and he charges you. I mean, it is a write up, and we're not gonna say that this is a team event by any means of the 11 of them against the 2 of us. But let's just say Hilarion's not taking any swings at his buddy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's working his way down the line. He got that guy, and he's just gonna drop him, and then he's gonna look for the next guy, and he's gonna drop him, and it's a methodical. There's no finesse here. At one point in time, he might have used someone as a club, just because he didn't have a suitable weapon available, and someone got close and got grabbed and hit somebody else with them. That counts as 2. We're going to go with that.
Perfect. Okay, so Phaedros, you can see that Hilarion is just cutting you a perfect path through these enemies, sort of tossing them about and giving you plenty of opportunities to sort of do whatever it is you need to do. So recite your deeds. How does Phaedros not only prevail but prove himself best in this contest?
So Phaedros, it's fun to see Hilarious talk about, like, there's no subtlety to watching Hilarion fight. He's like, pick up dude, hit other dude until they both fall down. Move on to next dude. When Phaedros is like, Raven like Phaedros is like, he's all about like the sneaky, like, I duck beneath this and I whack them through the ankles and then pop them in the face after they're down. He's like, he's the nimble, like, little, like, underneath the edge of where people are paying attention to thing through the whole deal. He definitely does. He's more about finesse than strength in fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And he does keep going after a lot of other people would have been like, okay, I'm winded, I'm taking a break.
Right.
There is, I'm sure, but just trying to go through like the things that, like, here's what I added to the role. There's a moment where Iron-Minded Macaria probably, like, he's behind you, right? Like at the right moment to like catch somebody in the face before they get him. And he does embody the fortitude of Poseidon in the process of being out there and just keeping on going and going and going.
Right. And I would like both Hilarion and Phaedros to kind of describe to me the moment when Phaedros comes out on top, because there is only one warrior left standing in this arena at the end, and it is Phaedros.
I think that's very simple. I think that throughout all of this fighting, as you described, that you know, Hilarion, he charged in there and he just started handling business, and Phaedros just cleaned up. I think that, you know, I got to the end of the line and I'm like, I'm the winner, and then Phaedron's like behind him, like,
yeah.
That's awesome. You thought that Phaedros was dead or like taken out already?
I mean, I'm sure he accommodated himself well. I haven't seen him. I made it all the way through the fight. I cleared everybody.
Yeah, and we'll say that just to keep Phaedros from having to physically attack Hilarion, because I don't know if that is necessarily something that we need to do. I think it's like they're keeping score. And when those fighters officially tap out, it was Phaedros that struck the last blow. So it's definitely almost reminiscent of League of Legends, right? You can do all that damage, but whoever gets that last hit's the one that gets it.
Nighthawk and I know this one. That cherry picking.
Yes. It's whoever got that last kill. May have done all the damage.
Yep.
But he got the killing blow on a lot of these. So, you know.
And so at the end of this, the sort of announcer declares, Phaedros of where is Phaedros from? Is there do you have a name for Phaedros' home?
Shoot, I should. because Nauplius was tied to some place I think called Nauplia, but so yeah, Phaedrus of Nauplia, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be like Phaedrus of Nauplia or Phaedrus even Phaedrus of the Seas, right? Is victorious and will face Cerseus, champion of Nemos, in single combat. And yeah, I'm seeing this image of like you've got Hilarion who's like, and then kind of like, oh, and then Phaedrus is just kind of standing there like, almost like, hi, like, yeah, that's
Yep,
I did that.
that's
I did that. Yep.
Hilarion
like you
is
you kick the spear that's lying on the ground so it kips up, and you just grab it in the air. It's like, all right, next.
Yep.
and Hilarion has no no strife with this. He rushes over and picks up the Phaedrus and lifts him over like, yay! He's like, ha ha ha! Good
Yeah.
job.
Hilarion's just like happy to have fought in combat.
Exactly.
It's just
We are pumped. We are
I
exceeding.
got my workout in today. Yeah, that's
In fact, you know what? You keep filling that spear. I'm going to throw you at the bad guy. You just take him. It'll be a fastball special. It'll be great.
I was about to say that's we're gonna fastball special this guy to death.
And so both of you prevailed, which means that Phaedrus will receive 11 glory, and Hilarion will receive 6, as both of you have prevailed. And just to, like, we got to drum up that drama for this champion fight. So we're going to cut over to Xenon and Macaria, who are facing a contest of craft and reason against Thessia. And this is not, I don't want to give the impression that Thessia is, like, evil or malevolent in this. You can definitely tell that any interest she has in, like, keeping this sort of secret comes from just like academic ambition. It's not that, and it's like she's not sort of attempting to obfuscate this for like nefarious purposes. She comes off as very honest, but just doesn't want to share all of her secrets, basically, because that would put her out of a job and keep her from being special. So let me get the stuff typed in. We have Thessia, Scholar of Alchemy. With a D6. She is sharp. Incredibly so. And I don't think her last characteristic really applies here. So let's see on the sequence we have. Yeah. Okay. So I will roll this up now, and we'll see what your target number is.
Sweet.
And this is a contest of craft and reason. Target number 12. Thessia is extremely sharp.
Yeah.
She's very intelligent and does not want to give up her alchemical secrets so easily. And so you all can call on whatever it is you need to call on, and then you may test your fate.
Obviously, Grid Hunter Xenon. Grid Hunter Xenon will take up this challenge, and will probably, seeking Hecate's guidance. Will attempt to understand the deep mysteries and secrets of this elixir of strength.
Macaria will also take this up, also seeking Hecate's insight on this matter, and resolving to figure out what is going on.
Gotcha. All right. Well, then you all may test your fate.
Okay, hold up. I haven't actually clicked buttons yet, so. And then Great Hunter. And then find favor. We just do one for right, and then it knows to add the D4 or whatever it is.
No, you have to type 1d4 in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
There you go.
Great. All right. So beginning with iron-minded Macaria, how do you go about investigating the source of this strange elixir, and how do you suffer in the process of this?
I think iron-minded Macaria is too resolute. She just went straight for asking about it, which perhaps was not the best way to do it. It may have intimidated Thessia to be so directly asked about it. Sadly, the insight was failing from Lady Hecate, and yeah, so she wasn't able to get any information because she was too direct about asking for it.
Yeah. And you go and you ask Thessia, you know, like, what does this elixir come from? Like it seems to twist, right, the bodies of these fighters. Like, surely it cannot be of Apollo. And I think it's that like suspicion that you sort of throw at Thessia that kind of makes her sort of immediately go on the defensive, right? Because you've now sort of accused her and questioned her faith, which she is resolute in her faith in Apollo. So she says, no. Any gifts of this island must be from Apollo, and we will leave it at that kind of deal. But Great Hunter Xenon, you had better fortune. What is your approach?
Has traveled this island some, and has seen indicators that that not all is as it should be. So I think that while Thessia is engaged in this this lively discussion, Xenon is able to find Thessia's like backup reserves here at the games. And while people are focused on the contest, and maybe Thessia has one or two people aiding in her discussion against iron-minded Macaria, Xenon is able to acquire access to not only a sample and smell it, understand it, and maybe test its origins against what I had seen with the prints and what I had seen with the rivers. And perhaps there is something that just through the world of hunting, I'm aware of some poisons and things that can quicken the blood, but ultimately harm the animal, the beast.
So you sort of have not access to only like this reserve supply, but you find even like small vials of the ingredients themselves.
So it's like her traveling.
Yeah, you find her
kits.
like satchel, basically her like alchemist satchel that has like all of the ingredients for her to mix things as she needs to. And you find that there is this small vial filled with this clear but interestingly refractory liquid in it. Like the light seems to catch it in interesting ways. And you test it in a few different ways, but suddenly you have this, it's almost as though the thought isn't your own, and it is that insight from Hecate that kind of leads you to do this, but you sort of prick your finger and you sort of, in a bit of this, you drop some of your blood into it, and you can see that the blood immediately coagulates and thickens and turns almost into a solid. And you, a hunter who has been out in nature so often, knows that that is a telltale sign that this is some sort of serpent's venom. that has turned the blood almost into like a pudding, like it is a solid at that point. And you know that that whatever the secret ingredient is that is unlabeled, the rest are labeled and you know them fairly well that these are alchemical components, but this one seems to be the venom of some serpent, but not one that you recognize.
And it's a lot. It's a lot of venom. So like
It's-
me, if I've ever seen a serpent inject its
Mhm.
poison into someone, I know it's not a lot that it puts
Right.
in.
This is what you have here is a small vial. But it does not seem that this is all that there is, that this is but a small sample
Right.
of. It's in a similar sized container as to what, something common would be stored in. And so it's as though Thessia has a lot of this.
Got it. Okay.
Um,
Xenon is quick to place everything back the way that I found it, and including whatever small blanket she had placed over her things to keep them hidden. Xenon replaces that and continues to go back to the games and act as though he's an audience member. And in doing so, I catch the eye of iron-minded Macaria and give her a little like, come over this way
Excellent.
nod.
Yeah. And so, Xenon, you receive 12 glory.
Sweet.
And Macaria will receive 1. But that wasn't perilous or anything, so you don't lose any resources. And I think here, just to build that hype even a little bit more, I think here's where we'll take our break for the evening.
Before we get
Before
to see
the
fight.
champion fight. Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
That's mostly just because I could use a little break.
sure. So, folks, we are going to step away for 10 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. So we're gonna step away for 10 minutes. I'm checking the users in chat. I think we got kind of our normal crew here. So yeah, we're gonna take 10 minutes and we'll be right back to find out what happens to the many-wayed Phaedros.
See you soon. Now we're live.
Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, so back from break. Let's get into this. Ethan, I don't have any other
Okay.
announcements. I'm
All
gonna
right.
turn it right back to you.
Sick. All right. So, having sort of discovered a bit of, what may be some of the source of these strange alchemical mixtures that it seems that the fighters are ingesting, you all return to this fighting ring.
It ain't snake oil. It's snake venom. That's like worse.
It's way different.
Which,
Much worse.
as you both return, you see as everyone is kind of doing that thing where they're doing like the whoo, whoo, like banging on like shields and like on wood and like have this kind of like drum beat kind of going up, and you
Are you
see
doing a haka?
no, that's wrong C, but we're not in the Polynesian Isles, but they're doing something similar where they're just like kind of chanting. You've seen the crew on the ship do it. It's just everybody's got to get in sync and hype. And you both return to see that many-weight Phaedros is standing in the ring. And approaching from the other side, you see the towering form of the champion of Nemos, Cerseos. And I already have all of Cerseos' stuff put in. Though I did misspell it a little bit, but that's fine. I typed letters
Hey,
wrong.
we never would have known, and now
That's
you
right.
could have. You could
And
just change his
so
name.
Cerseos sort of walks out, has like one of those like gladiatorial helmets. You can't really see his face. It's just got like, I think like it's the one that has like the holes in it, kind of like it's just like this sort of screen. And you can see that Cerseos fights with two blunted kind of like short swords. And sort of as he walks out, he's like swinging these, and you can see that Cerseos is extremely fast striking, and which is one of his characteristics. And the other thing you can see is that whereas the fighters of Nemos, after ingesting the elixir, eventually their veins did return to normal from that inky black, you could see that Cerseos' veins are sort of a constant black. And for that characteristic, he has come to be known as venom-blooded Cerseos. Which, how fortuitous that you have discovered that part of the source of this elixir is some sort of serpent venom.
It's confirmed. It's like that's actually what's going on there.
Yeah, so fast-striking, venom-blooded Cerseos, champion of Nemos. I will roll strife to see what you're going up against here in a contest of blood and valor. Target number 13. A formidable opponent, this Cerseos. So now is the time when, if you have things to spend, it's a good time to do it, because we've got one roll.
Things to spend, yeah, right?
Go
And
big
if
or
anyone
go
would
home.
like to help, yes, you all can
Wow.
give sort of any sort of aid. You're all here to cheer on Phaedros.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we need to stick with our domain or blood and valor? Or?
Yes, you can give your domain die. I'll say, since none of you can really lend, like your physical domain, right? Blood and valor. You can't assist physically. If you want to justify another domain that you would like to give, I'll take it. But if you do want to give your blood and valor domain, then that is fine as well. I don't know that that's necessarily rules friendly, but I think it's fun.
I'll assist with arts and oration, which is at D6.
Okay.
Yeah, and Great Hunter Xenon will assist with craft and reason.
Okay, great.
Is that
That's a D8.
Okay, yeah, I haven't gotten to that yet. Okay, so that was 1d6.
And then
1d8.
1d8, and then Hilarion. How is Hilarion assisting?
Hilarion.
It can be blood and valor. I'm not saying it can't be, but
Yeah, I mean, Hilarion's just gonna walk up to him and just like put his hands on his shoulders and be like, "All right, look at him. He's a pansy. You got this. You'll be fine." And he looks up and he's like, "Father, bless him. And he smacks the shit out of him, turns him around, and shoves him out into the ring. Kick his ass.
I want to say just before that pep talk.
That's how Ares is. That's the basic blessing of Ares, you know.
So is that a D6 or what's
Blood and Valor is D8.
nice? Okay.
Cool.
I want to say just before that pep talk, Xenon would like have a quiet aside with the many-wayed Phaedros and explain that he's quickened by Viper's venom. If you can weather his initial onslaught, I think you can carry the day. He will tire.
Strike from above, like the Raven. Everybody calls me. Like, yeah, that's
Ravens eat snakes, right?
yeah. They can just
Most
scoop
dead
up,
things,
toss them
I
down a
think.
valley. Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
don't spoil it. Don't wreck it. We had a good thing going.
He's like a snake. Just cut his head off. You'll be able to beat him that way.
It's funny that works for most things. I don't know why that works. Can I call on? There was a great deed and trophy for cheering up King Telmerios.
Certainly, yeah. You can call on your advantage here. Yeah.
Right? Like
Cool.
you think you're Mr. Big. I'm in charge of this town, but your king was all over this last night. So
Yeah, and I think even the king is like watching from like this throne on this dais and is like, Phaedros, kind of like
It's like, dude, I'm your champion.
And then the assist with the arts and oration is just pepping up the crowd. The king, is cheering for for our champion who has just come from war.
Yeah, I think the king sort of goes with like a Phaedros, show them how heroes fight kind of deal, like, and the whole crowd's kind of got the like Phaedros kind of deal, which is like
And the
super.
champion's like, wait.
Yeah,
Dudes,
the
come
champion's
on.
like, I'm the champion of
You know
Nemos.
me.
Like,
I've lived here my whole life.
Yeah.
What are you people doing to me?
Yeah.
they want to see something new.
So you got the guards like doing a small chant for the
Mhm.
champion.
And can I
that's
also
cool.
call on the? Oh, sorry. Can I call on the cunning of Hera to
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
help everyone? Yeah, right. It's like, oh,
do
he
it.
always
On-
strings from the right. Yeah, that's good.
Cutting of Hera,
Call on the
fortitude,
god.
whatever
Just
you
get
want
the
to.
god's name die in
Ugh.
there.
Oh.
Oh, unfortunately, I don't think Phaedros has any. Do you have any bonds with gods?
No.
No. Phaedros is but a mortal. A formidable one, but mortal all the
Not
same.
that
It's
formidable.
the snake juice. This dude is all hopped up on snake
Yeah.
juice.
Hopped up on
Yeah.
his balls.
Suffers just barely. All right, so recite your deeds. You come close. But it is definitely the snake juice.
Yeah, I go in, I charge. I'm doing the Phaedros. I'm the little nimble raveny guy who slips around and like pokes you in the ankles until you fall down. He called on his resolve and spirit,
Mm-hmm.
which keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. But this dude, the snake juice man. Yeah, I mean, cheered on by the king, cunning of Hera. Everything I could think to try to throw at it.
That's right.
But
Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, I think Cerseus is kind of like quickening during the fight, and so you're getting an idea of how fast Cerseus can strike, but then he continues to get faster as this goes. And you can hear kind of this.
I have that vision of the there's a fight in Game of Thrones where it was between like the Mountain and like the Red Viper, the guy from Dorne.
Oh,
Like,
right.
the Mountain's this huge dude, and like the guy from Dorne like gets him, he has him on the ground, and then like the other guy just like grabs him by the face and crushes his head. It's like, yeah, I was dancing all around this guy, and then he just like body slams me. Like,
Yeah. And you could see that this champion, he gets faster and faster until eventually he sort of catches you off guard and sort of knocks you into the sand. and as he does so, he kind of like does this like guttural yell, but then at the same time you can hear him kind of cough, and this like black bile just like kind of starts dripping from his helmet as he's like just yelling in victory, and the whole crowd kind of seems to like hush. And
I got into a fist fight with lightning, didn't I?
yeah,
Look.
and it's like even though Cerseus has proven victorious in this fight, the crowd is hushed. They're not cheering, and there's sort of this like unease. And the king kind of stands and says, the defending champion has proven victorious, but kind of side eyes Cerseus as he sits, and you can see like Cerseus kind of stumbles out of the ring and off into like towards the Acropolis of Apollo.
I want to follow that, unseen, if I may.
Yeah.
I want to check on our guy.
Yeah, Phaedros, you are mostly uninjured. You're bruised, but it was really just like a very quick strike that toppled you, and so it's not as though you were rendered unconscious or anything. It's just that you had fallen. And you do receive 1 glory. We'll remember that. But yeah, everyone sort of helps Phaedros up, those that wish to, and you can see that Cerseus is not moving quickly. So if all of you would like to follow him, you may. But yeah, Phaedros, Makaria has helped you up. What are Phaedros's words, I suppose, after this fight?
I think Phaedros is a few words, having had the wind knocked out of him. Like, this is more like he caught you in the stomach with like this giant basketball-sized fist kind of deal, and like you're like, just get it back there. But yeah, it's there's something unnatural about how that man was fighting, and I think we all know what it was.
Yeah.
Hilarion has, up until this point, always been laughing. He has always been cheerful and happy and everything. He looks dark and angry now. And I think he says, loud enough to easily be heard by everyone, that when men battle for the glory of the gods, they should battle on their own merits, not those bolstered by unknown things. And he would look in derisive disgust at all of the ones that fought and took the snake juice, and says, you should be ashamed of yourselves, all of you.
And you can see that they're sort of cowed by this, because they were all also defeated by you. Like,
and their dude was almost defeated.
Yeah.
Like, it was a close fight. It should have been close.
Yeah.
If you're going to battle for the glory of the gods, battle on your own merits, not with stolen potions.
And you can hear kind of 2 of the fighters, they seem to find to kind of most of them are cowed, but kind of 2 of them are not. And you hear like on the wind, one of them whispers like, the gods are small in comparison to what we serve. And you can see like sort of the same sort of serpentine kind of markings around their collars and things like that.
Hilarion turns on that guy, say that louder, and starts towards him.
Yeah, he looks like scarce and kind of makes his way out of the crowd as you approach, just kind of turns and with his friend kind of is lost to the crowd as they make a hasty retreat.
Dishonor the gods, and then you belittle them. Nothing but disgust. and he
I'm
turns and
Hilarion.
stalks after the others.
We have
He's
things
through
to
with
do.
them. Through with them.
Through with them. That's old news.
The nice thing is that they are well marked, the people who are involved with this conspiracy.
Yeah. So, as you all, I'm assuming everyone is following Cerseus at this point, having taken some time to sort of lick your wounds a bit and to sort of have this scene. The Acropolis is some distance away from this fighting pit, and it goes along a sort of a wooded path. Like you've sort of entered into. There's like a bit of like countryside between where the Acropolis is and where the city is. And as you are following Cerseus, he sort of goes over a hill and kind of rounds a curve, and you lose sight of him for a moment. And as soon as you lose sight of them, you all hear a sort of rustling in the underbrush to the side, and just a moment before it happens, you see that there are these hooded figures in the sort of underbrush with blowguns, and you can see that there are these sharp, pointed darts that are flying toward you. And so this is going to be, this is actually a contest of craft and reason. As you attempt to avoid capture and poisoning by these cloaked individuals. And I will put in all their stuff while... I don't think this is one where you could necessarily sit out. If you would like to support someone, I think that's still okay. But there's... you're supporting as in...
To that.
Well, it's more that you're supporting by relying on them to help you get out more than supporting from the sidelines, right? Yep. It's that you are putting your fate in their hands.
Yep.
And so this is... I won't say who this is yet, actually. But I will say... this contest is both perilous and sacred. And what sacred means is that if you suffer, not only will you mark a pathos for perilous, but you will also mark a divine favor. You will lose a divine favor if you suffer in this contest.
Oh wow!
Because it is. You can see that all of these individuals are covered in these serpent tattoos. Let me get all the stuff in here. I think devious certainly applies here. Shadow striking, absolutely. They did that. And serpent tattooed. Tattooed. D8 sacred. All right. So we will roll strife and see sort of what you all are going to be facing. This is... I will say, if you would like to roll blood and valor to say that you are trying to fight these individuals off rather than avoid them, I'll take that. I think either of those. But the idea is to avoid being hit by any of these darts and avoid being captured. So however you feel your character would best do that. I'm going to go ahead and mark this as any domain. In the sort of island description, it says craft and reason, but I think there's multiple ways to go about this. And I'll let you all sort of... there are many ways, right, Phaedra? So I'll let you all go about this as you see fit.
Beautiful.
So the target number here is 12. As you are ambushed by the Serpent Cult. I won't even ask who shall face this contest because you all will in one way or another. But who's rolling all the dice, and who's giving dice?
Great Hunter Xenon is absolutely facing this challenge with Craft and Reason.
Okay. Excellent.
Boulder like
Many ways.
is sorry. Go ahead.
Yep, go.
Boulder like Valerian is definitely facing this with what's the battle one?
Blood and Valor.
Blood and Valor.
Blood and Valor. He is going to rush them. So
Okay. I could also see Resolve in Spirit as like a way of resisting these poisons, right?
Iron-minded Macaria will take this with resolve in spirit.
Okay. And
Many-Wayed Phaedros will take this with Resolve in Spirit too.
okay, excellent. So now there's no one supporting anyone. So if you would like anyone's name die, you may call on your bonds to do so. You may also call on a bond to defend should you suffer, which will keep you from suffering consequences from failing, since there are, not only a pathos but a divine reason or a divine favor on the line here.
I think I will. Xenon will call on Hilarion to coordinate coordinate our defenses. As he strikes, I will feign in a way to, draw as much of their fire as I can so that he can survive the trek to them.
Okay, great.
I will call on Great Hunter Xenon to have Typhus get in there, flap around in their faces, distract them, right?
Yeah. Awesome.
Give us some cover here.
Excellent.
I just did it by myself.
Okay. Phaedros is going to suffer. If you did call on a bond to bolster, that doesn't mean you can't call on a bond to defend, I don't think. I think you can just call on, because you can't really use a bond to defend if you haven't suffered consequences. So that's just you using resources. If you want to do it, you can do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I
I'm
think
getting
Valerian is
I'm
going
sorry.
to use a bond to call on Mac to get her assistance there.
Okay.
In the matter.
So that's a D6 because that's a copy of the name die.
Okay.
Oh.
Oof.
Oh God, guys.
Oh no.
Yep.
No.
Those are a lot of ones that I rolled.
Who has someone not rolled yet?
Nope, we all
we're,
rolled.
We're done.
Oh, okay. I see that Macaria has prevailed. Okay, excellent.
Oh,
Macaria. We'll get to you last, but you
That
do
right.
save the day because there are things that happen if everyone suffers on this particular trial.
right.
So we will start with Great Hunter Xenon.
So real quick, I can spend a bond to do what?
You can spend a bond to let me see exactly what the sort of wording is here.
Because I feel like I might spend a bond.
Yeah, so I would say if you don't spend a bond, you must mark a pathos and also delete a divine favor.
Whoa.
So you lose a divine favor for this as well. Because
all of you do? Oh.
yeah, unless you use a bond to defend, which that's somewhere that's in the back of the book. Block harm. So if you call on a bond for another hero to block harm for you, they say how they defend you, and neither of you take harm.
Oh.
So that could be
Strategically placed.
Strategically placed, yeah, so that with 2 bonds, 4 people don't get harm. Is the way I'm reading that. I'm cool with that.
Okay. Great Hunter Phaedros. Sorry, wow. Great Hunter Xenon. My apologies, Phaedros. I did not mean to call upon you. Great Hunter Xenon
Anyway.
had stepped away earlier and was trying to shadow this group ahead of time, and in truth had been captured by the time the group came upon these assailants, and in their moment of distraction, Xenon was able to break free enough to call call their bird, to call Typhos to aid, and to join the battle, and try and get as much help from the group as possible, and was able to call upon his bond with Macaria in order to break free of his bonds and not suffer any,
Okay.
be able to escape from
Yeah.
this.
So how does Macaria help specifically in this moment? And that's up to Macaria to determine. How do you pull Xenon sort of out of the fire in this case?
Upon arriving on a scene, she felt as if something was not quite right, and happened to see out of the corner of her eye Xenon, and was able to cause some distraction so that
Okay.
he could escape.
Yeah. All right.
And just for bookkeeping purposes, I called upon a bond for Hilarion for my role. So Hilarion has +1 bond from me. And Macaria now has +1 bond from me because I owe both of them.
So no, when you spend a bond, you just spend a bond. But anytime, and I forgot about this to mention this earlier, but anytime you support someone in a contest, you get a bond with them. Which I totally forgot to mention that again. But anytime you support somebody. So you all should have a bond, like an additional bond with Phaedros, because I think you all supported Phaedros in some way in that championship bout.
Yep.
Kind of deal.
Okay, perfect.
And I think it might. Let me see if it's
like when you're using a bond here, you're erasing that bond.
Yeah,
me.
you're spending the bond.
Right,
Basically.
yeah, I've spent
So
it.
you don't.
Yeah,
So nobody gains anything. You're just spending bonds.
Got it. I didn't know if we were trading. Like,
Yeah.
I owe you one. Haha, now I have it. No, okay, got it. Thank you.
No, you're spending that one that is owed without any sort of additional debt.
Gotcha. So when you all broke into the clearing or came across this ambush, Xenon was already bound in some way and called to Hilarion to attack them, and called to his bird based on Phaedros's advice, and then called on Macaria to save him. Xenon was in a bad way.
Yep. Great. So now we come to Many-Way to Phaedros. How do you what sort of approach does Phaedros take in this contest, and how does Phaedros suffer?
Sorry, actually I want to make sure that I rolled the right thing. Yeah, so I tried to use Revolve in Spirit. I think he just tried to go for like, I'm quick enough to not get hit by many, and I've got this Fortitude of Poseidon that is not what I spent in it, but like kind of the background. This poison it may slow me down, but that's not going to stop me, kind of thing. And then no, too many darts, so many darts, like, and then just went down. So then if we spend a bond, then both of the people on both ends of that bond don't take harm?
That's how I'm reading
Okay.
it. It says
Okay.
neither of you suffer harm. And
So
I don't know if that's how
I'm
it's
like-
intended, but that's
Okay. So if I was chasing down that direction and it was like kind of the same direction that Hilarion had gone, and I like call on that bond, I collapsed like behind Hilarion, so like at least out of view, right? So
great. Yeah. And so now Hilarion. What does Hilarion do in this ambush?
So Hilarion does what Hilarion does. He was the last, walking after this, but he heard the call for help and charged. Might not have been the brightest move, but that's what Hilarion does when one of his compatriots calls for assistance. So I kind of see it. It's like we get there and Xenon is already down, and then Phaedros is like going forward, and then he drops, and then Hilarion he charges forward, and he's so big, right? That they can't get anything past him to get it back. Is what I'm thinking. He's just like, and maybe the one that really would have got him, sailed past, because Phaedros fell, and there's this thing called momentum, and when Hilarian's got some momentum, he's moving forward, and he doesn't necessarily evade well. So I think he tripped right over Phaedros and like face planted and dove. And like the ones that really would have punished him flew a little wide. And I don't think they were expecting that to occur. But like a boulder, Phaedros Hilarion just hit the ground and rolled.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And last but best, as we can say in this game, iron-minded Makaria, how do you prevail in staving off this ambush and avoiding capture?
So what it really comes down to is standing her ground. They are ambushed here. They feel like they're going to use their poison against Makaria with their blow dart guns, and she stamps her staff in the ground and stands tall, and is with her conviction with Demeter, wills no poison to get into her system.
Mm-hmm.
And this so impresses the lot and scares them to a point that they fall back.
Yeah.
As their poison has no effect on this quiet woman.
Some real Wim Hof kind of energy happening there. Just I don't get poisoned because I didn't want to be, and because of Demeter, of course. I've seen a lot of Wim Hof material, so it's fresh on the mind. That guy's amazing. But yeah, Makaria stands firm, and you can see as these ambushers sort of flee, you can see the hood of one of them falls back, and you recognize the face of Priest Harkon, who sort of as he retreats, kind of yells, "To the temple!" and kind of, gestures to the others, and they all sort of run into the forest, and you sort of lose sight of them, but you have evaded capture and you've evaded severe poisoning, as well as the rest of you all. So everyone who suffered earns 1 glory, and iron-minded Makaria earns 12.
Yay!
For a difficult contest. I like that. This is sort of in the meta of the island, but I like that particular contest because that's one that I just get to spring on you guys whenever the moment's right, kind of deal. That's not like you guys have to go find it. It's like, no, you guys get ambushed at some point.
Awesome.
So you all have avoided poisoning and capture, which means that you will not be taken to wherever it is this cult calls its home. The temple is the only thing you've heard, which is not the Acropolis of Apollo, because it would be called the Acropolis, right? This is the temple. So what do you all do?
Xenon, you said you traveled this area with Typhus.
Typhus, yeah.
Do you have an idea of where they might be going?
Yeah, Xenon is picking themselves up and kind of looks around and says, "The only thing I can think of is the mountain."
They said the temple. He starts pulling out darts.
When I was hunting with Typhus, some of these rivers are choked with some kind of toxin, and it seemed as though they were the rivers associated with the mountain. So maybe there's a temple on the mountain. It could be unrelated, but I'm assuming that these people with the poison darts found the prince at some stage, and may in some way be associated with the toxins that I saw coming down from the mountain streams.
Well, perhaps we follow I say perhaps a lot. We should follow the mountain streams to where they combine and see if that leads us to this temple that is surely not of Apollo.
You don't think they'd go back to the Temple of Apollo?
I don't think that's where they're going, Hilarion.
This is something else. I would agree with that. Do we need to follow I feel like our hunt original prey has passed. Cerceros.
Yeah, you all have lost sight of Cerceos for sure.
I think this is a more timely or more important than whatever that was.
Of
Dare
course.
say it's related. So,
If we can come away with finding the murderers of the prince, I think that would go a long way towards appeasing the gods.
So where do you all head? And I will say, Xenon, you remember, if we're talking about the polluted rivers, you remember that these rivers come from a source in the mountain.
Right.
And you were able to get as far as where the river runs into the mountain before you were like, I'm going to have to wade into this water to get any further.
Right. Yeah. So that's Xenon would basically, once collecting himself would head towards the mountains and kind of describe what I had found. That the spring itself seemed fetid, and that to go further meant I had to wade into a mountain cave where the water sprang from, and I'm kind of describing the landscape that we're going to come across.
Yeah. And surely enough, as Xenon has described, before long you arrive at one of the several sort of caves that leave almost it's sort of the upper. It's not the midpoint. It's a bit above the midpoint of the mountain, but there are several caves that sort of are in this portion of the mountain where the rivers run from, and the source seems to be at the center of this mountain. And you can see that no matter which sort of river you go to and which entrance to this mountain you approach, that the water is choked with some sort of pollution and toxic runoff. And it seems that the land itself is poisoned at this point. So if you all would like to investigate the source of the poison, you will have to traverse these waters, which will be a contest of resolve and spirit against sort of the poison. So who will face this challenge? This contest of resolve and spirit against the poison land. It is perilous because you're wading in toxic runoff.
Tying up her skirts so that she can wade through this. Iron-minded Macaria will take this challenge.
Xenon will also take this challenge. Great Hunter Xenon will absolutely take this challenge, and I will bring in both resolve and spirit, but also some craft and reason.
All right. Our target number is 13.
Sweet.
Cool.
And you can see, like, after rolling that, I'll give you a little more information here. You can see that the rivers here are thick with sludge. There are sick animals along the banks who can barely pull themselves to their feet to leave the waters. And there are choking fumes that befoul the air within these caves. And it comes to you all to brave the poison of this river to cleanse the land.
how do I assist someone and give them my resolve and spirit die?
So that is it's support. So you just say that you're supporting, you'll gain one glory, and then whoever you're supporting gets that, and then you get a bond with that hero.
All right. I'll support iron-minded Macaria with resolve and spirit, which is another D8.
Thank you.
Larion will face this battle. He has waded through the blood of many enemies. The sludge of a river is nothing to him.
Excellent.
We think.
We'll find out. Right. A 13, what does that mean? That means I rolled an 8 on one of my D8s that I rolled for that, because the river is just a static 2D8. kind of deal. That's just what it is. 8 and a 5. Oof, that's rough.
Nice.
So this is resolve in spirit, right?
Yes, resolve in spirit. I mean, but you can mark a pathos to incorporate another domain if you wish. All right, so I see that Iron-Minded Macaria has prevailed.
Nope.
All right, Great Hunter Xenon will suffer, and Boulder-like Hilarion.
He's still doing calcs here.
Gotcha.
He's a little slow. We're gonna use we're gonna spend a pathos to add blood and valor.
Okay, so you'll have to describe how you sort of use athleticism to best this as well.
Right. And then so what it does so advantage, bond dice, or support. Does that also include if I want to use something from a god?
So that is everything but divine favor. So if you call on your bond with like your god parent, basically, then you get a D12 that is added on.
I'm talking about one of the divine favor. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So divine favor is like the next one in the
Okay.
dialogue.
So yeah. So one divine favor. Okay.
Whoa.
So close, man. The 12s and the 13s, they make me so sad.
They're tough. They're tough. That's good. That's how it
Okay,
is.
so
I remember Blades being like this.
there's like, ooh, so close.
Yep.
Close.
All right, so beginning with Great Hunter Xenon, you are wading through this river. So describe how you suffer.
So Great Hunter Xenon, using craft and reason, has emptied his water skin and filled it with air, bulging it to try and buy himself some extra time before the effects of this putrefaction take hold. Unfortunately, in that effort, Xenon was overeager and ruptured the seams of his water skin, and toxicity was able to leak in, and that put Xenon in a position of great strife, was as we were pushing our way upstream, and had to call upon the help of Hilarion to get him out of the worst of it.
Bonds you got with Hilarion.
I got my last bond with Hilarion.
Oh, damn.
So that means I don't suffer as well, right? Is that what you
Did you do that to bolster you or to defend?
To defend.
To defend. Okay, yeah. So neither of you will mark pathos for
Yeah, you can see Xenon falling ill quickly, and reaches out to you for aid.
Okay, excellent. All right, so next up is Boulder-like Hilarion.
Boulder-like Hilarion calls upon Uncle Poseidon, and because he calls on that fortitude, that strength, he's gonna weather this, and he jumps into the water, and his thought is that they could just make it to the other side. Like he always has the faith that he can keep going. He won't stop. So he grabs Xenon and like launches him out of the water towards the shore. And I think that what it is he's making his way across, and he might have made, but it's more about let's grab these guys and get them, the rest of the way. So, however, maybe that's just not enough. Maybe he spent too long in trying to help the rest of his compatriots along, that he started to succumb. Just wasn't enough.
Yeah. Right. And last and best, iron-minded Makaria, who is accruing just a large amount of glory this session.
I have failed
with
too. I have taken strife.
13 more. But yeah, iron-minded Makaria, not only do you prevail in reaching the source of this corruption, you also, I will say, you also prevail in removing it. So how do you do both of those things?
So the source of corruption is the poison within the river under the mountain.
Yeah, so you reach this sort of central kind of river source where water kind of bubbles up, and you can see that where the water is bubbling up, there is this almost like a clot of this viscous, venomous, just sludge that is sort of polluting the source of this river. And you must devise some way to remove it in order to cleanse the waters.
Okay. Makaria had waded through the water of this river, leading her fellows to this blot on the land and calling upon Poseidon's fortitude. She comes to this disgusting looking vile thing and pulls it from the earth, washing it away with the power of Poseidon until it is clear of the vial that it is, and then it just washes away.
Yeah, you pull this like almost like a cyst, like it's kind of hardened in that moment, and you sort of pull it free from the ground, and you can see as the water begins to bubble up with greater force than is natural, as the fortitude of Poseidon and the influence of Poseidon kind of urges these waters forth. And you can see as the toxicity that runs throughout the island is sort of washed away. And you all, as you sort of follow this clear water back out, you can see that this sort of layer of sludge is being pushed into the sea, and as it meets the waters of the sea, it dissolves as though it is being burned away by sort of the holy domain of Poseidon. And so that is you all have managed to sort of clear the poison from this island. And as a reward for that, in addition to the glory and things you get, I'm going to lower the strife level of the island.
Yay!
From a 5 to a 4, because no longer is the entire island poisoned.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Mm-hmm.
So I have 13 glory.
Yep.
5 will fill me to 40, and then it
Okay.
carries over, right?
Yeah, so
It
you fill in
clears,
those
but then it
last
carries
5.
over.
Yeah, you fill in those last 5, you mark the 40 box, and then you mark 8.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for what's left. The only time it resets is when your name die increases. So when you click 80, it goes completely back to 0, and then you start marking again.
Yep.
And then you have to get all the way to like 120 to increase your name die again. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and because otherwise it's like, oh, I got to 80, sweet, and then 40 glory later, I've upgraded again, and then
No,
that's just
that's
way
nice.
too quick.
I like that. I like that quite a bit.
So yeah, that was something that came up in me learning the system. It was like,
Well,
it seems like you guys are leveling up way too fast, and then
Dom, Matt, and I were very excited, and then you crushed our dreams.
well, it was Dom that found it, so.
Poor Dom's.
I would have
crushed.
never found it, honestly. But yeah, that's how it works. Once you upgrade your name die, all of your glory goes away. And it's you basically, have to earn back to 40, 80, and then 120 to upgrade it again. Yeah. So, as you have followed these rivers to their source, the other thing you notice is that there is sort of a sort of staircase in this like river source that kind of is cut into the stone and spirals down. And following it for some ways, you see eventually that you reach a cavern, a vast underground cavern. And in the center of this cavern, you see a stepped pyramid, like a temple-like structure that has been constructed in this cavern below the island. And you can see that wrapped around it, with its head resting at sort of the top of this this ziggurat pyramid type structure, is this immense serpent that is sort of not only wrapped around this, but its mouth kind of lays atop the central kind of pedestal at the very top of the pyramid. And you can see that its venom is being harvested by these priests with, serpentine markings all over them, and is being bottled and then carried through these underground tunnels, presumably in the direction of the Acropolis of Apollo. And you can see that there are actually a number of underground tunnels that branch off of this sort of central underground cave. I mean, that is sort of what you all find underneath the sort of source of these rivers. And so this is we've actually finished all of the trials. You all have resolved them. And so I think now we're actually coming to the battle. As you discover sort of what is the source of strife on this island. It is this Serpent Cult and the aforementioned serpent that are sort of bringing strife and trouble to this island. And so now it comes to the leader to sort of decide how you would like to solve this, because there are sort of multiple ways to go about it. So will
Go
you
kick their ass?
Okay, kick their ass. So we'll have to define who they is, though. Will you slay the great serpent, destroying the source of alchemy and the cult's power? Or will you destroy Harkon and the cultists, leaving the scholars of Apollo to continue their dangerous work?
Yes.
You
So
have to pick one,
You gotta
babe.
pick one.
Both.
have to pick one.
Hilarion, they're both bad. We kill them all.
Hope you have to make a choice, love.
Yeah, you do have to make it so you're going to focus on the cult or you're going to focus on the serpent, because you can't take on both of them at once. And there's only one battle. There's only one battle. You can't. It's so climactic. There can only be one. It's mechanical. I can't do anything about it. You might be able to get like something done with the serpent in your, if you can win the seas contest and determine sort of the realm of the final battle, you might be able to, have something done with the serpent or done with the cult, but you have to choose one to kind of focus on.
Okay, so
wait 1 second, because I have a clarifying thing that might help other decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan, can you talk about what is about to happen?
Yeah,
The whole shebang.
So we've reached the battle, and the battle is like, if you look in the player kit, it's like this kind of diamond. So once you decide who your target is, we go into what's called the clash, which is like the initial confrontation where you're going to go against whatever it is you choose to fight. Whoever is victorious in the clash will receive a D10 advantage die to carry forward through the rest of the battle. Then we go into the middle phase, which is split into two separate contests. There is the Seas contest, which is to not only sort of seize control. If you win the Seas battle, you get to determine what the domain of the final battle is, the setting, and also what the consequences are for whatever it is you're fighting. So say you fight, say you choose to go against Harkon and the Serpent Cult. You get to decide what happens to the Serpent Cult and Harkon. Whereas if you lose the Seas battle, Harkon and the cult kind of get to decide what their consequences are in this. The other side of that middle contest is the defend contest. I will list off a number of things that will happen called threats. So if you're fighting the serpent, it might be that, the serpent destroys the city. or such and such thing happens, and one person can defend against one consequence. So if I name 3 consequences, you will need 3 heroes to defend if you want to prevent all of them. I will name 2 in this case because I'm going to be nice for this first idol. And so those are the 2 contests. And then based on what happens there, we then go into the finale, which is to determine the whole enchilada, what happens to the island in that final contest in which everyone gets to participate. So now we are here at the clash. So you're going to decide who you're going to target for this battle.
Okay. So thank you very much for clearing that up.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Mike thinks the best idea is to attack Harkon and them, and take care of that problem. But if I could quote a very intelligent character from a recent movie of great renown, the Hulk in Ragnarok, big monster. We're gonna go fight the big monster. I mean, Hilarion sees a big monster. We're gonna go fight the big monster. That's what we do.
Excellent. All right. So, would anyone? So this is the point where you can also spend bonds to change the decision of the leader if you so choose. That is something that can be done.
With Hilarion, I have no influence here.
Yeah. So if anyone has bonds with Hilarion, you can spend one to say, actually, I think we should do this.
I still have bonds with Hilarion.
Okay.
I do too.
Yeah, I'll spend one.
Okay. And so then
bring him around. Be like, yes, the beast is terrible, but like if they weren't being corrupted by these other cultists, then like the people from the Temple of Hermes, of Apollo rather, would be able to probably get some actual useful stuff out of doing this research. But these people weren't.
But have you considered
twisting it to do bad things with?
But have you considered big monster?
Yeah.
Just throw that out there.
Can I? It's just one bond. Like if one bond is
so
used,
this gets like, this is where it gets kind of tricky, right? Is like you spend your bond to sort of sway the leader. It gets kind of rough if like everybody's spending bonds to be like, but actually you should do this, but actually you should do this kind of deal. So I think anybody who wants to spend a bond to sway the leader, you all can decide amongst yourselves. Make your arguments. You still have to spend the bond regardless of what's decided, but anyone who wants to spend a bond with Hilarion can spend it to make their argument. I think that's just...
I agree with... I agree that we should go after the cultists because they are corrupting this creature who we have cleared the poison from the land. The serpent must protect it. And these people are just corrupting it. So Hilarion, will you please charge forth against the people?
Besides, you've met Harkon. That guy sucks.
He is a dick.
He is a dick.
Can we come kill the snake on Tuesday? Can we
Maybe.
come back, next week?
Yes.
Potentially, yes.
We'll go out. We'll cruise around for a while. I'm sure
and then we'll come
island
back.
will still be here. And
So you're not saying I can't kill the big monster. You're just saying that this is a more important thing now.
Yeah, we'll come back later next week to take care of the...
Okay.
If we can find the island.
Yeah, we can. I'm okay with that. Bye, big monster. We'll see you. I'm not
We've
done
been
with
here before. We know how to come back. Yeah.
We'll come back and find the big monster later.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
Great.
good.
All right.
Yes,
so,
the mists have nothing to do with that.
we have the devious, shadow striking, and serpent tattooed priest Harkon and the Serpent Cult, who will be determining the difficulty for this contest, this clash. It is perilous and sacred as it was before, but the strife level has decreased, which means I'm only going to keep 1 die, and then I'm only adding 4 to it. So overall, the difficulty has decreased by 1. Well, like whatever I roll, because otherwise I'd be adding 5. So that's a really good thing that you all did. Like lowering the strife level it's going to continue to be a benefit for the rest of the island.
That's awesome.
So, what type of contest is this? How are you all going at it?
What do you want to do, leader?
Yeah,
Gregor
the
can
leader
cast.
gets the leader or Phaedros, right? Like whoever's deciding. So is it going to be blood and valor? Are you going to engage them in combat, craft and reason to try to outsmart them, to expose them? Resolve in spirit, arts and oration. Kind of what is the? But remember, this is the clash, so they're not going to be defeated after this, but they are either going to be sort of on their back foot, kind of off balance, or they're going to get an advantage on you based on how this goes.
Yeah, I'd like to remind everybody that you have Hilarion, the boulder-like, at the top of a mountain,
Mm-hmm.
and a bunch of these morons at the bottom. We're coming like an avalanche, baby. This is all blood and valor. We're going to leave the streets a bloody, slippery mess. We're going to roll that whole temple into the ocean.
All right. Well, we'll say blood and valor for this then, unless anyone
I
has
think
any
it might be
objections.
blood and valor.
All right,
It was
great.
a good case. It was a strong case.
That was a strong case. And it looks like our target number is 11. All right. So, who will face this contest of blood and valor against Priest Harkon and the Serpent Cult?
We got 2 thumbs up.
You got to be in frame there. Look.
Yeah, Great Hunter Xenon will absolutely participate in this blood and valor contest.
Anyway, Phaedros will do this. Yeah.
Hilarion, the boulder-like, is already doing this.
Perfect. And remember, this is perilous and sacred, so anyone who suffers will have to mark a pathos and also remove a divine favor. And if you don't have a divine favor to remove, I'm pretty sure you mark a fate. Not a pathos, but a fate.
But the first one you get cookies on.
Yeah, the first one you do get a boon from, so.
Yeah.
That is a method of advancement.
No.
I'm gonna support Hilarion.
Okay. So you will give your a domain die. It's supposed to be blood and valor, but if you have another way, I'm open to that. I'm nice.
I would resolve in spirit to encourage him, to maybe provide him the fortitude to not get poisoned again.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
So is that a D8?
All right.
It is, yes.
All right. So you may all test your fate.
I'm going to be adding in a domain
Okay.
of craft and reason.
How's everybody doing on pathos?
Got 2 now.
I have
2
2
left.
Okay. When you mark
Two
your
left.
last one, you also mark fate. Remember that. You mark like 5th pathos, agony, and the first fate box all at once. Like it kind of snowballs a bit. Ooh, anyway, Phaedros prevails.
Yay.
All right, we'll see about Xenon and Hilarion. Great Hunter Xenon will suffer. And
Man.
Boulder like
Dave.
Hilarion suffers. Okay.
I have not. Yeah, I've not been rolling well in the last while.
So unless one of you spends a bond to defend, you will both mark a pathos and remove a divine favor.
I will spend a bond with Xenon to defend.
Oh,
Okay. Sweet. Cool. Eventually, you all will run out of bonds, and that's when the fun begins.
Indeed, but that is not this round.
That is not this first island, or at least this clash.
Specific clash. Yeah.
So, beginning with Great Hunter Xenon, these cultists are all strewn about this large cavern underneath the mountain. this immense serpent is wrapped around this stepped pyramid and seems to be almost sleeping, or at least in a trance. It does not move currently. But these cultists are everywhere, and you can see Harkon harvesting venom from the fangs that are probably about as tall as you of this
Gotcha.
serpent that are kind of lodged into this altar at the top of this pyramid.
Yep. So Great Hunter Xenon looses Typhus to swoop, amongst the top of this cavern, amongst the stalagmites and such, and in coordination with Typhus begins to fell cultists.
Okay.
However, Typhus is no cave bird, and cannot properly navigate the ceiling of this space, and unfortunately collides with a large dark structure that Typhus thought was clear, and it wasn't. And Xenon rushes to Typhus's aid and catches some kind of wound in the distraction, seeing to his own warbird.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah. And these cultists, they sort of capitalize on that, and many of them sort of begin to kind of move towards the exits of this cavern. Hilarion.
Hilarion charges forth into battle, and things are going all right. He's swinging and chucking bad guys left and then that snake moved just a little bit, like big monster. Like he thought, wait, is it gonna happen? Are we gonna fight them both at once? Is my dreams coming true? yeah. And then somebody hit him from the side, and it was like, no. And so
Okay.
yeah, but he did manage to, like, in falling, throw the guy and hit the guy that was going to take out Xenon.
Mhm. Yeah. All right. Excellent. And last and best, Minuade Phaedrus. How do you sort of lay low these cultists in this initial clash?
I think Many-Wade Phaedros, some of those ones that are like making a break towards the exit, like he's like trying to make his way up to the top of the pyramid. So like some of them, like he'll like swing the spear sideways across them and like take them out by the legs so they can like fall off this ledge of like the stairway. Like, right.
Mhm.
And just
Wilhelm
kind of like,
screams abound.
yes,
Yes.
multiple. Like just like Naruto run with the spear in his hand up towards the top of the pyramid, where like it's just down to like Harkon and like the other dude who's helping him like jug up venom juice.
Yeah, and you can see that there are immense like barrels of this venom that has been harvested. Yeah. And what do you do?
I'm gonna try to get between them and the stuff they're harvesting and act all threatening with like shield and spear.
Yeah.
No, in the name of you're doing vile unholiness, and Apollo sees what you're doing, and Zeus does not approve, and etc. etc.
Yeah. And I think you can you kind of knock them aside with your shield, right, to force your way through, and kind of have your spear pointed over the top of the shield is kind of like, do not approach this creature sort of deal. And at that point, so first of all, we'll record with our bookkeeping. You get 11 glory for prevailing. Everyone else gets 1. You also get a D10 advantage die for prevailing in the clash, for being best in the clash. You get a D10 to spend either the next contest or in the finale. So you have like 2 more contests to spin that in, one or the other. But yeah, you see Harkon kind of like backpedal, and he says, "We've been found out," and yeah, and he's like, "Attack, cultist! Protect the serpent!" And you can see all of the cultists begin to sort of run out, and towards the city and the palace and things of that nature. So now we are in the threat phase. And so I'm going to list 2 things that will happen unless one of you decides to stop it. So the threats that we have on the table for this sort of defend/seize phase. So the 2 threats I have here are secret cultists spring from hiding, killing the king and many citizens to seize power, and a member of the cult escapes to continue their legacy in the future. So you all see these scenes of cultists springing forth in the throne room, capturing the king and killing him, as well as many of the members of the court, as well as the ship leaving the harbor of Nemos and sailing away to an unknown island to continue the legacy of the Serpent Cult. So, now, of the 4 of you, you all must decide whether you want to participate in the Seize contest or the Defend contest.
And what is the Seize contest?
The Seize contest is you are going to determine not only the domain of the final battle, but also the consequences for Harkon and the Serpent Cult. If you do not prevail in the Seize battle, Harkon kind of gets to decide what his own punishment is, depending on whether or not you prevail. And this is going to kind of determine the fate of the island. So there are 2 threats at play here, so at least 2 of you must defend in order to prevent both of those things from happening. And that's kind of where we're at. So everybody gets to choose to defend or seize, and then we'll go from there.
Valerian will defend the king.
Okay. Excellent.
I will go after the boat.
Okay, so we have 2 to defend. So I will also mention if anyone suffers in the defend contest, then that consequence still comes to pass. So it is not wasted to have maybe 3 people in the defend contest and kind of double your chances, right? But that is totally up to you all. You must split the party in some fashion,
Right.
unless you're cool having Harkon determine his own punishment, in which case everyone can defend. It's definitely up to you all.
Do we have and there's no indicator of what domains would be in any of these stages, correct?
It's kind of up to you.
Okay.
And I will say, it says here, each prevailing hero may stop a disaster. So I'm going to say you don't necessarily have to call what you're trying to prevent.
Oh.
You can just defend. And just because of the way that's worded, I think it's, everybody who prevails gets to stop one thing.
Got it. Yeah, so kind of glancing at one another, right? 2 of you are making breaks to defend. Looking at Phaedros, Menid Way, Xenon looks at you and says, "What's the call?"
Yeah, I was about to ask you.
It was kind of your pitch to go after the cultists. That's why Xenon is deferring to you in this stage. Or rather, maybe Xenon would ask you, "What do you want to do? What are you taking care of?"
Doing the meta, I'm probably going to get better results trying to defend, because then, I can make that a resolve in spirit or something.
Okay.
I will say also seize, you can determine your. There's no domain for seize either. It's like you put your best skills forward to try to take control of the situation and defend against the disasters that may come to pass.
Well, rock, paper, scissors. Do you want to stay or go?
Sure. Yeah. So whoever wins does the seize, right?
Okay.
All right.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. Then shoot.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
All right, we gotta do this again. All right.
That's it. Everybody leaves.
Yes. We're
I
all
think
defending.
that may just be that you both seize, right?
You both seize.
Fair enough. We can do that.
Okay.
We both seize.
I think a 2 and 2 is a fair, just, in all the
Okay.
groups I've run, I think 2 and 2 is a fair split for like that first,
Okay.
and then kind of see how it goes, and then we can do other things.
Yeah, I think the lack of knowledge here is the reason for the hesitancy, right?
Yeah.
Lack of experience.
Well, I mean, it's
Yeah.
also like these things are terrible that are going to happen,
Right.
and so you want to defend against them, but it's like, will you spare people to try to seize? Is kind of the thing.
Right.
And I think that's kind of a gut decision. Do you want to leave it in? And we also don't know what the target number is going to be for the defend contest or for the seize contest. So it's like maybe maybe for the defend contest could be as low as like a 5, right? Like the lowest number you can get at this point is a 5. So it's like it could be very easy. It could be very difficult. So I will go ahead and we'll roll. We're using the same dice for everything now because you've chosen your foe. So Priest Harkon and the Serpent Cult. In this case, still devious, still shadow striking, still serpent tattooed. Yeah, and we will roll. We'll say any domain. We're gonna do the defend contest first. Okay. Yeah. So submit target number 10. So not bad. It's like middle of the road, pretty much. 9, 10 is decent. So those who are defending may now, declare your domain, roll your dice.
Makaria will do this with Resolve in Spirit.
Okay.
Valerion will do this with Blood and Valor, of course.
Okay. And I will say, just like kind of meta, we're getting into the territory where calling on a bond with a god might not be the worst thing, right? To get that D12. Right? Battle or defend phase, finale, both of those are these are the big ones, right? Mess ups here have big consequences. This isn't just, wooing the court or whatever. Right.
There is one more to come, right? After the
There's one
seize?
more contest after this phase, yeah. And it's for all the marbles. And also if
we fail here, we lose a pathos, right?
Yeah, pathos and divine favor.
We suffer. Okay.
Yeah.
Unless you can bond with the other defender.
Yeah, unless you call on a bond to defend, basically. But
Okay.
whatever the consequences are that I've laid out, those will still come to pass.
Right.
Yeah. And just to let you guys know, after we finish the finale, we're going to take another short break and then do the voyage phase to end out the night. All right. Test your fate. We'll see who lives, who dies.
I'm debating things. There we go. Okay.
So we have 1 prevail. That's good.
Well done.
Okay, and a suffer. So 1 of those consequences, and in a bit of an unorthodox fashion, I'm going to ask Hilarion, which threat are you going to stop? The attack on the king and the citizens, or on the ship that's leaving?
Hilarion went to save the king.
Okay,
So,
excellent.
So that was that.
So, Iron-Minded Makaria, how do you attempt to stop this ship from leaving with the lone serpent cultist on board?
My
suffer.
attempt. I attempted to get to the dock, the port, and convince those who were on the boat to not do this thing, to not go forth, as it was better for them to stay here and not spread that poison elsewhere, and they did not listen to me.
Right. Yeah. The cultists just seemingly convinced of the righteousness of their ways and of the discoveries that they can bring with this venom of this great serpent are resolute in their decision to leave. And you can see as they sail away and are shortly swallowed up by the mists that sort of plague these islands. But now, Boulder Lake Hilarion, you arrive in the palace, in the main hall where the court and the king and the queen sit. And you can see as these cultists jump sort of from behind pillars, from, sort of these trap doors that are all throughout, and grab members of the court and grab the king. How do you defeat them?
Valerian called upon his power from his his honored god Hermes for daring and speed, and he rushed as quickly as he could down here to the court, and just with a roar like an avalanche, he just came charging through and just tackled right through and just took the guy out that had the king, and it's just an all-out melee. And there he's standing between the cultists and the king, and nobody's getting through.
Yeah, and with you blocking the king, all of the cultists kind of focus their attention on you, sort of abandoning these lesser targets, because if the king isn't killed, then they have no claim to power here. And so you sort of bat them away with your club and sort of render them all unconscious or worse as they continue to assail you.
A lot of them are worse.
Yeah.
They're all worse.
Great. So now we will have the Seas contest. And so we have Phaedros and we have Xenon, who are both probably chasing after Harkon, right? And attempting to sort of seize control of this and stop Harkon.
Yep.
This is another, I'll call this any domain. And we'll see target number 12, because Harkon is devious and all of those things.
Yeah. Great Hunter Xenon will attempt to trap Harkon.
Okay.
Leaning on some of my trapping skills and my snaring skills, trying to get out ahead of Harkon and see to it that he runs afoul of my snare trap.
Excellent. Yep.
Many ways Phaedros will lean on his resolve and spirit to just figure this guy cannot keep running the whole way to get the hell out of here. So we were just going to chase him down until he falls.
Excellent.
Take him.
All right.
And I'll be using the Cunning of Hera to do this.
Okay, great. All right, test your fates.
Can I call on the bond of Phaedros to help me here?
You can. So that'll give you a D6, the name of Phaedros.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do that.
Oh, hey, I've still got a bond with Xenon. I can do that too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Not 1d5, 1d6.
Very close.
David, tonight's not your night, my friend.
It was in the beginning. I had a couple of good ones in the beginning. And then it's just been bad ever since.
All right, Phaedros.
Spend that Poseidon fortitude.
It's still a 10. All right. So you all can decide who goes first, or we can roll off on name dice, however you feel is appropriate. If any of you has an idea to just begin narrating, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that Xenon, having worked with Phaedros, I know that the many ways of Phaedros mean that I can focus on my task, and I know that Phaedros is doing what is needed, right? And unfortunately, that gave Xenon a little overconfidence, and I thought that things were getting done in my head, in my own head canon, that were not getting done.
Excellent.
And so our target was able to, sidestep my entrapment, and in so doing, put me at great peril. He had the better of me, had found me out. So I, in the last second before Phaedros could do his bit, I called on Phaedros to save me.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see.
And I'm now out of
Man.
bonds.
I almost want to say that the target number is like a 9, not a 12, because I forgot to take dice out before I rolled.
How so?
And so the thing that I was going to take out is shadow striking, because he's just running away from you and he's not trying to attack you.
I mean,
And I forgot to remove that because you only use the attributes that apply. And I
Would it
totally
be better
forgot
just
do
to
that.
re-roll it all?
I could. What do you guys think? If you guys are cool with this, I'm cool with this. But if you would rather because I'm, and it might be worse when I reroll, right? But it's
Yeah.
well, I mean, look, I'm the kind of guy's like
it shouldn't be perilous though. It shouldn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Is like
okay,
the thing.
Yeah.
It's still sacred, but it shouldn't be perilous.
Got it. I'm of two minds about it. I mean, like we already kind of down this path, and
Gotcha.
I was going after the 12, right? I knew that was my target.
Right.
Right.
All right. So at the least, we'll say that don't mark pathos, but you still must remove a divine favor.
Okay. Got it.
And
Unless I spend Phaedros, my bond with
unless you spend a bond with Phaedros, in which case neither of you take harm.
Yeah, I'm going to spend my bond with Phaedros.
But yeah, I clicked roll right as I thought about like, well, do all those things, and it's that's
Yep. Yeah. I mean, certainly I want to win here, but I also kind of want to see how it goes when we lose.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right then. So both of you get 1 glory, and remember, Hilarion, you gain 10 glory from the defend contest. From prevailing and being best. So remember to mark that. But okay, so that brings us to the finale contest for all the marbles. So you all have chased Harkon through this tunnel, which does eventually arrive in the palace. And you see as Harkon sort of prostrates himself before the queen, and says, Queen Naia, please, these heroes, they have chased me, and they are attempting to murder me, and I simply ask that instead I be judged at the mercy of the court. Truly, I have done wrong, but I would rather, place myself at the mercy of the court than be, murdered by some vigilante justice. And you can see as the queen, sort of sitting stoic as ever, kind of nods in his direction. And you hear her say in this quiet voice, but one that, echoes throughout the palace hall. She says, very well. Both of you will state your case. And kind of nods. And so in this case, who will face this contest of arts and oration against Priest Harkon? And I will be adjusting traits for this because this is certainly not perilous, but he is still quite devious.
Great Hunter Xenon, having gained boons with the queen in her court, will use that advantage during this trial.
Okay. Yeah, I have more reduced the bonus that she gets from her court, but
okay.
I think
fair enough. I'm calling upon that thing that we did.
Yeah. Which I think here
we have a D10 from the clash.
Phaedros has a D10.
Spells
yeah.
Spent too.
Yeah. Okay. Phaedros has the D10 from the clash.
Okay.
I think you're still contesting Harkon.
Okay, so I'm not.
How about this? I'm gonna say we're going to remove the sacred category with the serpent tattoos because the cult has been exposed. So there's no pretense that this is holy and of the gods.
Okay.
Like this is a man that I'll give you that for your work
Sweet.
with the court. That you're able to convince the court just in any case that this man is not holy.
Awesome. Beautiful.
I will also say this is a mechanic that maybe you all have wanted to use before. You can at any point call a god's attention to a contest and make it mythic. In a mythic contest, you must spend a divine favor to participate. So you can spend a divine favor. You don't get the D4 for the divine favor, as far as I can tell, but you make the contest mythic, and if you prevail in the contest, you gain a bond with the god whose attention you call to it.
Oh. So this is how we gain divine favor?
This is how you gain bonds with God. This is one way you can gain a bond with a god. So if you are like, we're about to, state our case and we want Artemis or Apollo or any other god to pay attention to this and know sort of what we've done here and recognize that, you can spend a divine favor to make the contest mythic, which also means that anyone who participates must also spend a divine favor.
If they all succeed, do they get a bond with that god?
Everyone who succeeds will get a bond with that god. Everyone who prevails. That is not something you have to do, and there's really no benefit to it. Like, you don't get a benefit other than a potential bond if you prevail.
Bonds are good.
You have to spend one in order. You have to spend one to do it. So
yeah, you have to.
Pass, right?
So the divine favor is a D4 added to your total. A bond with a god is a D12 that's added to your pool. So it has the potential to be a lot more useful.
Right, but
you have to give up the little bonus to earn the chance at the big bonus.
Big bonus.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like you got to pay to play. I'm going to go ahead and roll Strife. This is a contest of arts and oration. He gets to choose the domain, and also who gets to determine his punishment. Basically, is the deal. So this
9.
is only a 9.
Oh, good. He sucks at this.
His case is weak.
Nobody likes you.
We
they're not
have
gonna listen.
weakened him a fair bit.
Yeah, he is sort of weakened. His position in the court is weakened, and all of those things. So that is a good narrative reflection of that. The target number is 9, but you can still roll below a 9 pretty easily. So
watch me. Thank you.
Iron Mind and Macaria will take up this challenge.
okay, excellent.
Anyway, Phaedrus will take up this challenge too.
Okay.
Boulder like Valerian will definitely take up the challenge.
Okay. And Great Hunter Xenon.
Great Hunter Xenon is going to assist. I think Phaedrus.
Okay.
Now, in assistance, can I still spend a divine favor to make this mythic? Or do I have to be participating?
So it's when you enter the contest, because so we've done perilous and sacred so far, but there are 2 other modifiers on contests, which are epic and mythic. If a contest is epic, you have to spend a pathos to enter the contest.
Got it.
If it's mythic, you have to spend a divine favor to enter the contest. So you have to be entering the contest to do those things. And it also means that everyone who enters the contest has to spend that.
Oh.
Yeah, you make the entire contest mythic, basically.
Man. Okay. I mean, can we make this mythic, y'all?
I'm for it. Now, so explain again. I have to spend a divine favor to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
To participate. So everyone who said that they are going to participate in the contest will then have to spend a divine favor.
Yeah,
and that
which
is
means
separate
we
from
unplay-
any.
And so maybe I should have started this. I would like to make this mythic. Does that change anybody's willingness to participate in this, knowing that to even participate, you'd have to spend a divine favor?
So that means we have to unclick one of the boxes from
Yes.
any one of the gods.
You have to unplug one of them from any one of the gods. Yeah.
Okay.
So then a question is, how do we get those boxes ticked again?
So you gain divine favor through the sacrifice phase of the voyage. So we're coming up.
Okay.
Once we do the voyage and we leave the island, there will be a few phases where you kind of gain things back.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm just
Uh,
checking. I've got 2 of them left. So
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and I will say
Trying to
the
figure out if
divine
that's-
favor to participate is separate from the divine favor to get a bonus on your roll.
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
going to.
Mhm.
Like, there's a chance I blow both of them on this, but I didn't know how they came back. So
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, and you don't really have to ask for permission. It's like, I want to make this mythic, and then it's mythic.
Sure, but I just player to player before
Dave's
I spend
not an asshole.
That's
before I
fair.
spend the resources of everybody else. I state my
Okay.
intention that this is such importance that I
Whose
intend
attention are
to-
you calling to this contest?
Apollo.
Okay.
Apollo. This is Apollo's. What is it? Apollo needs to know what has been going on his island. His Acropolis has been tainted by this, and he needs to know. And
Yeah.
I have everything I need to show Apollo just what's been happening here under his
Okay.
watch.
Excellent. All right. So even though it doesn't say it on the roll, this contest is now mythic.
Okay.
So
And
everyone
you see,
remove a thing.
yeah, everyone.
If you
remove
still
it.
want to participate, I want to.
That also means that Xenon has to participate.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yep. All right. So as you call the name of Apollo, because this is not something that you do subtly, this is Xenon proclaims this to the court that Apollo should know what is happening on this island where his
Mhm.
Acropolis stands.
Yes.
Every torch in the palace chamber begins to shine with this brilliant radiance, as the light of the sun essentially illuminates this chamber, and you know for certain that Apollo is listening to the arguments that are being made here.
Beautiful. Perfect. Yeah, and I will contest this with arts and oration, along with some craft and reason.
Yeah, and you actually, I think there is it is a sort of a small voice, but one that everyone hears that is just simply make it good.
Mhm.
I will still take up this challenge.
Okay, excellent. All right,
Valerian's still taking up the challenge.
all right. So Makaria has
Phaedrus as
prevailed.
well.
All right, everyone, test your fate, and we'll see what the fate of this island is afterwards. Ooh, Phaedrus prevails.
Yay! Mm-hmm.
Xenon and Hilario.
Yay that you prevailed. Boo that you got a higher score than me.
suffered.
David!
Xenon suffers.
David! Oh, Mike.
Hilarion prevails and is best. Wow. Okay, great. Let me double check one thing and then we'll start our thing. Where was it? Oh, we've looked this up before, Heather. Where was it? It's under Bonds with the Gods, I think. Where
Where-
it talks about making a contest mythic, and it doesn't say anything else about it, because I remember this exact question. Oh my god.
Oh, my.
Do I need to prevail? Is that what?
You don't need to prevail. I'm just
Okay.
trying. I'm just gonna say, anybody who prevails in this contest gains a bond with Apollo because you have
Oh, I
impressed
see
Apollo.
what you're looking for. I'll
Yeah.
look it up while we go through.
Because
this.
I remember it doesn't say. I don't think it says anything else after like a hero may spend a divine favor to make a contest mythic and draw the attention of the gods or something like that to gain a
Right.
bond. Okay. Well, we'll start with Crate Hunter Xenon.
Right.
What is the argument that you make?
Awesome. So Great Hunter Xenon has a limited scope of arts and oration, but
Mhm.
begins to lay out the case that not only has what is this guy's name again?
Harkon.
Harkon. Not only has Harkon vilified this island, but he's also poisoned the land with his serpent cult, and has defiled the Acropolis of Apollo itself, and I can prove it. And Xenon begins to produce the very poison darts that were used to kill the prince. I lay out that the prince was murdered with this method, and Xenon produces the poison itself from the chamber that was being produced,
Right.
and talks about how there were cultists making it, and then Xenon says, "And I will prove to you what it does." And Xenon stabs himself with the needle
Okay.
loaded with poison, and
Yeah.
falls.
Right. Yeah. So you fall, and the whole court kind of gasps. And the queen sort of hears this, and she says, "That is not how the prince died. But I hear what you say."
Some dead.
Kind of deal. And so it's like everyone listens, but they have some reason to doubt what you've said,
Right.
because the queen has sort of defied part of your argument.
Yeah.
But they all agree that yes, this poison is dangerous, and they believe where you got it, but they don't believe that this cult has killed the prince. So next up we have iron-minded Macaria.
Iron-minded Macaria stands with the sun shining on her, staff firmly held to the ground, and weaves a tale about the sludge of the river that they had to travel through, and the blight upon the land that Harkon had created with his misdeeds and mismanagement of this venom, or poison, and how it has turned upon the island and done these cruel things. And perhaps not, it was not the prick of the pin that killed the prince, but he did die of poison. And she will go on to orate about how that could have happened, to the crowd, maybe defying the queen to a degree.
Yeah, and the queen has little to say to your argument, as she will say, yes, the prince was poisoned, but not by darts. And kind of is sort of weighing in, but still holding something back, right? And so now we have Miniwade Phaedros.
Miniwade Phaedros, with the authority of Zeus, makes this a religious argument. He has admitted he has done wrong. It has drawn the ire of the gods. He has defiled the temple of Apollo, these things that they have undertaken. He needs to be excised and destroyed in order to regain the favor of the gods. You've seen the light here within this room change. You know they're watching. Do the right thing.
Yeah, and you can hear sort of the murmur through the crowd as it's like, yeah, surely the gods do have an opinion on this. It's it's important that we just choose the right thing. And then last and best, we have Boulder like Hilarion, who, with arts and oration and maybe something else, prevails nonetheless.
Oh yeah. He called upon the goddess Demeter for her conviction, because in this moment that is what he needed. He walks to the middle of the room, and he motions with his club to where he had just dispatched some of these fools. Obviously, I am not a man of words, a man of action. But men must still bow to the gods. And this man, just not long ago, I had to defend your own king against these cultists. Cultists masquerading as priests of Apollo. And he'd walk over to Harkon and grab his robe and like yank it down to show the tattoos. Say, does this look like a priest of Apollo to you? This is blasphemy before the gods.
Yeah.
This is the highest of all sins we could commit.
Yeah.
That the troubles of this island can surely be laid at the feet here. How it came to pass, I do not know. What ways the prince died, or whatever other troubles may have faced the island. But obviously, this is nothing but an insult to Apollo, and I will not stand by it.
Yeah, and as you say words like blasphemy and insult to the gods and things like that, the torches flare even brighter with each sort of accusation. And sort of the court kind of erupts in these calls for punishment for Harkon and the Serpent Cult. And eventually the queen sort of stands and she says, "The will of the court and the will of the people of Nemos has been heard. Harkon, you and your blasphemous priests will be exiled from the island of Nemos. I would like to see you try this ilk on another island without your serpent." And kind of with like this uproarious cheer of like, justice has been served. Harkon and the rest of the serpent priests are kind of loaded onto this small boat and sent to sea. None of them having any of the venom or any sort of piece of this serpent to continue their work with, but they are sent away. And so that's sort of like, you guys didn't decide to get to decide what the punishment was, but a punishment was had because you have prevailed in this contest. So everyone who prevailed gains a bond with Apollo.
You were right. There was nothing specific.
Yeah,
It just
I
said
didn't
a
think so.
bond.
Yeah. So everyone will get a bond with Apollo for this, except for Xenon, who, you got his attention, and he appreciates that, but he's like, not good enough. But it's like also like the god of music and like education-ish kind of stuff, and you didn't really impress me there. But so maybe next time.
Split out for
Stabbing yourself with a poison dart isn't a good way of demonstrating.
Right. Yeah. You could have use your words next time, but kind of deal. You don't hear that, but you get the feeling.
You feel it in your bones.
So Hilarion gets 9 glory. Everyone else gets 5 because we round up and Xenon gets 1. So after this tumultuous sort of court hearing, there is a feast that evening, but perhaps one that is a bit somber, as now there is some heavy truth about the prince's passing that wasn't known before. But there is a feast, and you all are thanked. And the queen, in the latter hours of the feast, as you all are returning to your ship and preparing to depart the island, approaches Hilarion. And she says, "My son died pursuing that which I have. And it weighs heavily on me. But know that Thessia will continue with the alchemy of Nemos, but reverent of Apollo's wishes. And I wish to bestow this upon you all as perhaps not thanks, but as recognition for your actions here. The cult was reckless. Thessia will not be. And the queen presses a small vial into Hilarion's hand. And she says, to whoever partakes of this elixir, their life may be restored to those who are dead, or one who lives may attain eternal youth. Use it wisely, and go with the gods. And so you can mark on your sort of like great deeds and boons column of your character sheet, you can mark the elixir of immortality. And you should leave that box unchecked. And we'll talk about sort of what those do later on. But Hilarion gets that for, being best in the finale. You get the reward of the island. And unless anyone else has any parting words for anyone on Nemos, we can. Well, does anyone have any parting words for anyone on Nemos, be it Thessia or King Telmerios or any?
Just, compatriot like pat on the back for the king, and that's it.
Yeah.
I think I do think that as they are sailing away, something clicks in Hilarion's head, and those in the town hear the soulful cry, the mournful cry of "Big monster!" from Hilarion as he realizes he forgot to go slay the giant snake.
Right.
You guys let me forget.
Excellent.
We'll be back, buddy.
You said we could kill it later. You said.
All right.
After we rest, and if we can find it again through the mists, we will do our best.
And so with that, we're going to take another short break, 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and we're going to do the Exodus phase, which is, there's a few things to do there. We're going to get, it's a lot of nice stuff that happens during that phase, and then hopefully we won't go too much longer than about 12 my time, but we should be able to wrap it up pretty quick. All right.
That's awesome.
David, do you have any announcements or anything before we cut?
No.
All right. So we'll see you all in 5 to 10 minutes. And we're back.
All right.
This time with a slightly new layout. Because you all need to see my sheet, which it might be a little small on the screen now that I'm looking at it. But yeah, so you all have finished dealing with the strife on the Isle of Nemos, and so we go into a phase which is known as the Exodus, where you all are leaving. At the first stage of that, the strife player, which is me, determines and records the fate of the island, which I have done on my strife player sheet, and those will stay there forever, and we'll have a record of what has happened on each island as you all go through. So, for the Isle of Nemos, the sort of fate that I have determined for it is, with the expulsion of the Serpent Cult, Nemos is free of its corrupting influence. However, under the guidance of Thessia and Queen Naia, the dangerous alchemical experiments continue. And so that is sort of it's not all great, right? There's still maybe some not so great stuff going on, but at least Harkon and the Serpent Cult are gone, which will be significantly better than if they were there. Because that's kind of how the prince ended up dead. Is a lot of bad decisions.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah. And so that is the island's destiny. The next segment of this, each hero player can record a great deed that your hero accomplished on this island. And so this is up to you all. Hilarion has already received the boon from the island, but can also record a great deed. That's kind of like an extra benefit. So we'll go around. We'll start. Let's see. What's the order of everybody here? We'll start with Mini Wade Phaedros. And feel free. Everyone can throw sort of suggestions here as well. But what do you consider Phaedros' great deed on this island? Something that will be recorded in legend when people think of what happened on the Isle of Nemos.
For top ranking thing, probably the melee, the at the games.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's
Right.
that's totally fair. So we can kind of workshop how we want to word this, but I think the main thing is that Phaedros will be remembered as a very competent warrior, but not only a competent but a cunning warrior. And even before Phaedros left the island, there were several who sort of pulled Phaedros aside and said, if not you, Nemos has no champion. Kind of deal. And so it's like, Cerseos was part of the cult. So I won't say you can necessarily write champion of Nemos, but you can certainly write, something along the lines of, cunning warrior, something along those lines. And that goes in your great deeds and boon and trophies, right? Yeah. So great deeds and trophies. The way those work is at any time you can call on that great deed, check the box, and it gives you a D10 advantage die kind of deal. Next up, let's see. Great Hunter Xenon.
I think Xenon really only accomplished like the investigation side of things. So I think that like something around like discoverer of truths or like finder of secrets or something like that.
Yeah, finder of secrets I think is good. Finder of the secrets of Nemos kind of deal. Let's make it specific to the island because you're going to get more and more great deeds from each island you go to. Okay. Yeah, I like that though. Boulder like Hilarion. So you're muted. Yeah. There.
So Boulder like Hilarion. So I almost want my great deed to be, the declaration in front of the king and queen and in front of Apollo of how, the blasphemy. But I think that if people are going to talk about great deeds, I mean, I saved the king, so I'm not sure on which one of those he would go with.
That sounds like savior of the king or defender of truth, right? Or defender of the divine.
Defender of the
I think you
gods.
know what, because he's not one to talk, and so when he speaks, you listen, and so that's he's defender of the divine. I think I like that one.
Yeah.
We'll go with that.
Okay, sounds good. And I reminded Macaria. I think the obvious one for me is Purifier of Nemos.
Yeah, because kind of leaning towards something like that as well.
Yeah, because that was like your big moment to shine, as you just cleared this corruption from the land.
That sounds good to me.
All right, excellent. So everyone has their great deed. Next up, we're going to go around with our virtues again, which is something we've already done. And I think I'm going to try to do this sort of in a similar order as last time. We'll start with Mini Wade Phaedros, and I will begin by bestowing a virtue. Remember, those are courage, grace, acumen, and what is the last one? Passion.
And it's
Right.
pinned for us.
Yep, it is pinned. Yeah.
Don't mind me just jumping into the wrong channel. Don't like that.
I think for Phaedros, I am going to bestow courage. For defeating the fighters of Nemos, facing Cerseos in single combat, despite sort of its deceptive use of alchemical sort of solutions, and also just the courage to stand against Tarkon with the giant serpent behind him, to turn the back on the giant serpent and say, actually, no, you guys better go.
Snapping. Just
move on. Just leave him alone. It's bad. All right. So next up would be Hilarion to bestow a virtue on Phaedros.
Hilarion will also give courage for the brave and strength and all of that. Beat me in a melee. That what else can you say? The man beat me in a melee. No, he got lucky. And I underestimated it, but that's on me. That's not on him. He won it fair and square. We give him the points for that, so give him that credit.
All right. And then Macaria.
I will also bestow courage as you ruled the day with your fight with the warrior of Nemos.
Yes. Excellent. And Xenon.
I will bestow upon Phaedros. I think I will bestow upon him grace. With the flip side of that fight, in the way that he always was able to stay ahead of the danger and stay where he needed to be, and balance that fight on a pinhead.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. All right. So next we will all bestow virtues on Hilarion. And I'll go ahead and just start to get me out of the way. I'll go ahead. I'm going to bestow passion on Hilarion, just for that sort of display of standing up for the respect of the gods. It's like that is devotion to sort of Olympus, and that you guys are treading all over this holiness. Just quit it. That was good. I think that showed great passion. Macaria, what virtue will you bestow on Hilarion?
Courage for his daring and bravado. His bravado for many, many things that occurred throughout tonight's adventure.
Right. All right. And Xenon.
I'm going to go with passion as well. I really liked that devotion to the gods at the end, and once before too. I think Hilarion brought it up a couple of times, which was really good.
Right. And Phaedrus.
I'll go Grace for choosing to go save the king from these people who are about to poison him. Right. There's
Excellent.
some compassion and care involved there.
All right. Next up, we have Makaria. We'll start this time. Let's start with Xena.
I'm going to say that she showed a lot of passion and zeal when she held off the cultists under sheer will to not get sick, and was just like, nope, not today. I'm above you.
Right. Yeah. How about you, Phaedrus?
I think there is definite use of knowledge and wisdom for granting acumen, which is kind of in her wheelhouse.
Yeah. I think for me, I'm going to choose Grace for patience and care. Yeah, I think for me that stood out. And Hilarion.
I think we're gonna go courage for the vigor and
Gotcha.
and daring to just say, I'm gonna take it. Poison can't do anything to me. I'm just gonna take it.
Excellent. And last but not least, what virtues will we bestow upon Xenon? And I think we'll start with Phaedrus this time.
I might go acumen again, right? There's been a lot of investigation and finding things out and a lot of knowledge type things that have gone on with Xenon here.
I agree. I'm also going to choose acumen.
I as well am choosing acumen.
Okay. And Hilarion.
I'm going to choose grace. Things did not go Xenon's way today, and yet he still continued. He still displayed the patience and just went through and kept trying. He didn't, throw up his hands and say, forget about it. That's, when everything goes wrong and you still keep trying, that's what makes a hero.
All right.
What do we do with these?
So there's a spot on the character sheet to mark your virtues.
Yep.
You just keep adding points.
Right.
So what that factors into is when we recount your legend. So either when you arrive home or when your legend is over.
Okay.
However that happens, based on what you have the most of, it kind of determines what people remember about your hero. And so this is we slowly build that, and just whatever numbers end up highest at the end of the whole thing is kind of what happens, kind of deal. So it's kind of neat. I kind of like that. All right. So at this time, this is the part of the Exodus called the reflection. Each of you can think about your epithet that you have, and you may now at this time change it if you so choose. So if you think that your epithet doesn't really apply as much, or if you've exemplified another epithet, you can now change it. And that's just a simple, if you don't want to change it, we don't kind of deal. But if you are going to change it, just let me know.
Definitely not Hilarion.
Okay.
I think it did progress, maybe he's less of a rolling boulder, is more of a standing strong boulder, but it's he's still a boulder.
Fair enough. All right.
Rock on.
Doesn't sound like anyone's changing their epithet. Okay. All right. So now we enter another phase. These games have phases. It's just the way it works. And now we're in the voyage. So we find you all on your ship, sailing in the mists. And you see that the mists above your ship that normally cloud the sky, they part, and you can see what the crew has been calling the Vault of Heaven. And what you all know is the Vault of Heaven. It is this sort of encompassing dome of stars. It may seem to you like a dome kind of deal, with strange constellations that you hope will eventually light your way home. And there are a few phases in the voyage that we'll go through. The first of which is the fellowship phase. In the fellowship phase, we find our heroes relaxing and perhaps having a meal and enjoying time together. And the way this works is each hero player will ask a question to another hero. And there is a list of questions. Let me grab that real quick and post it.
I can grab it if you want to.
Okay. Yeah. So each ask a question to another hero. The list is just some suggestions. You can ask others. But basically, whoever asks a question, that hero answers, and then both players take a bond with each other. So this is the way you gain bonds. And we'll start as far as askers go, we'll start with Phaedros. You may ask a question of any of the other heroes. And some examples are, what's one of your best memories of home? What do you think, or what did you think of that land we're now leaving? Which is kind of what do you think of what happened on the previous island? What do you yearn for or fear? What drives you? What do you think of the gods? Questions like that. We're asking the big questions. We're bonding, right? Having those deep philosophical discussions under the stars.
Yeah. I think he will ask Makaria, what do you yearn for?
What do I yearn for? Makaria thinks I yearn for honey baked bread. Something that is slightly sweet and delicious and fills you up, and you feel the comfort within that. It is only something that you can find when you're at home and truly at peace. Honey baked bread.
Excellent. All right. So, Phaedros, you gain a bond with Makaria. Makaria, you gain a bond with Phaedros. As you know, the scene here is all the heroes are sort of sitting around this brazier that is lit to warm the crew and everyone in the evenings. You're having your meals, sat cross-legged on the deck, and everyone's sort of relaxing and unwinding after this very trying time. Hilarion, what question will you ask? And it could be of any hero, right? It could be the same one. Maybe Makaria gets to answer 3 questions this time, or whatever. We don't know.
Hilarion is going to ask Phaedros, and he's going to ask him, what do you think of the gods? Because of all of us here, the rest of us are all, the children of gods, and he is the mortal traveling with demigods. So I mean, it's a question that weighs on.
I think Phaedros will definitely recognize that they are powerful, that they see over all things, that they have control over many things, but he also considers them kind of fickle.
Yeah. So you both will gain a bond with each other.
Like not as reliable as people probably make them out to be.
Yeah. And as a hero who has sailed the seas, Phaedros knows better than any, perhaps, that the sea can turn in a blink.
I mean, that makes perfect sense to Hilarion. Like half of the gods are female, and they're fickle. So it's Hilarion's mindset there. I can't argue.
That, I mean, I can't argue that that is not a mindset that seems to appear in a lot of Greek myth. So, it's, all right. Next up, we have Macaria, who you ask a question of.
Makari, I would like to hear from Hilarion. What is one of your best memories of home?
One of my best memories of home was a happy summer day when I was but a teen and relaxing, at home, and one of my friends bet me that I couldn't ride a bull, and I rode the bull and it bucked me off, and I got so angry at being bucked off that I punched it and knocked it out, and it was a good day. It was a good challenge. Yeah, it was a good day.
I don't know what I expected, but that was great.
I think as all of you are like recounting these stories and these answers to the questions, like the crew kind of reacts at everyone, and at Hilarion's particular assertion, some of the crew is like, he punched a bull. And they just kind of look in awe as like the legends of these heroes grow from just the things that they find enjoyable, right? Even are notable. And Xenon, what question will you ask?
I think Xenon is going to ask Phaedros. If you had the ability to create anything, what would that be?
Make these masks that. A truly great ship, right? Like, there's some fine warships and there's some powerful triremes and there's a truly massive and wondrous ship.
Excellent.
Ferry people from place to place.
All right. So you'll both gain a bond with each other as well. Which brings us to the end of the fellowship stage, which means at this point you all clear your pathos. All of the pathos you accumulate on the island is now gone. You have rested, you've relaxed, and you've opened up to each other and bonded. And so that is something that it renews your plot armor. As I like to look at it. So next we have the sacrifice. It has now come time. The helmsman of the ship stands up and says, "A wonderful meal has been had. We have shared stories and fellowship, and now it comes time to honor the gods." And so now I need to know who has the highest total glory, because that's who gets to lead the sacrifice.
I have 52.
Okay.
54.
54.
I've got 54 too.
Okay. And Xena?
40?
40.
Maybe.
Okay. Between the two of you with 54, go ahead and roll your name dice, and we'll just figure out who is who's better, who's just a little bit better, who's a little more glorious. Okay, 4 from Phaedros, 5. Okay, so it comes to iron-minded Macaria to conduct the sacrifice. So this is another one of those, we're not on an island, so I just rolled 2d6 kind of deals. Plus 0, and we'll find just how are the gods feeling? Right in between a 1 and a 6, how are they feeling? Are they very receptive or are they less receptive? And this is a contest of resolve and spirit. Because spirit kind of taps into that mysticism side of things. Target number's 5. Maybe the gods aren't the most receptive to sacrifices, because one, they're super receptive and no matter what you do, you're good. But here maybe they have some standards tonight. So the way this works is each of you will roll in a contest of resolve and spirit. If you prevail, you mark glory as normal and all that kind of stuff. But each of you will describe sort of what you are sacrificing, and sort of to which god. Because the best hero will take a bond with the deity that they are sacrificing to. And every hero will mark 2 divine favor with the god or gods of their choice. So everybody can go ahead and roll their sort of resolved spirit, and then we'll figure out sort of what we're doing as far as who's sacrificing to what. But let's just get the numbers out there first.
Do you do epithet?
If you're gonna incorporate that into your sacrifice, a sacrifice doesn't have to be something physical. It can also be sort of a tale of your great deeds, or anything, but it is something that you are giving to the gods. All right, you've got Macaria. That's good. That's good that somebody prevailed, because if nobody prevails, things get a little dicey. Okay, Phaedrus, Xenon, and what about Hilarion? Okay, also Hilarion. So I believe Xenon and Hilarion need to roll off with your name dice.
Okay.
Just to see who is best, because there's a bond with a god on the table here. It's kind of a serious biz. Let's try that again. Also, if you just hit the up arrow, it'll do whatever your last roll is. Again. Yeah. Okay, a 2 and a 4. Okay, so Hilarion is just racking up bonds with gods. All right, so we will begin with Iron-Minded Macaria. What do you sacrifice, and to whom?
I make a sacrifice to Demeter. It is of a live swine upon that we sacrifice upon the altar. And as we do that, it is not out loud and loud praise that we call out to Demeter, but we seek inner solace and to quiet our mind so that we may commune.
Great. All right. And so is that 2 divine favor with Demeter then? Or
Yeah, I'll pull.
Okay.
Yeah.
great.
All
right.
And I don't get the bond, right?
No. Only the hero who is best gets a bond. Phaedrus. What does Phaedrus sacrifice, and to whom?
Phaedrus will sacrifice some of the stores of fish in the brazier to Poseidon.
Okay. Great.
That's our food.
Yeah.
We're
happens?
heroes. We don't need food. That's yeah.
No, that was some of the crew. I think that was some of the crew. Like, that's our food.
Yeah.
We row the ship.
We have hard tack to go around. You're fine. Yeah.
Yeah. And as we'll rewind a little bit as well. As the blood of this boar sort of drips into the sacrificial fires, you don't smell the familiar smell of sort of like burning blood. You instead smell something that reminds you of a cool breeze through a field of flowers during spring, to show that Demeter has accepted this sacrifice. And as Phaedrus sort of deposits the fish into the brazier and they burn, instead of, the expected delicious smell of cooked fish, which would then turn into the not so delicious smell of burnt fish, instead the sort of salty sea breeze intensifies and there's a gentle roll of thunder, almost as Poseidon, the Stormbringer, has heard and perhaps will let you all be for the time being. And now Xenon.
Xenon will. Xenon sacrifices a fox to the god of Artemis and Apollo.
Okay.
For foxes are hidden and they require precision.
There's
So-
a bunch right there.
Yeah. But yeah.
You're not hiding at all.
So yeah, I will sacrifice fox for one of each.
Yep. And as this sort of sacrifice burns, the moon sort of above kind of shines more brightly, and the torches on the ship sort of flare up at the same time. And you hear sort of this gentle music on the breeze. As it seems that both Apollo and Artemis have heard and accepted your offering. And that brings us to Hilaria. So pick a god to get a bond with. That doesn't have to necessarily be the same god you get divine favor with. Because you get 2 points of divine favor and a bond, because you have prevailed in our best.
I think he's going to take he wants a bond with Demeter, and then maybe who else was it? Was Artemis that was also on the island?
Yeah, Artemis and Apollo both gave signs on the island.
So he and then take divine favor from Artemis and Demeter. Can he do that?
Yep.
Okay. And Hilarion's sacrifice is not an animal. It's not a creature. It is not a mortal thing. He stands before the brazier and he whispers silently a story that is important to him of his deed, and he sacrifices it never to tell it again. He gives up one of his favorite brags or boasts that he gives to these gods, that Apollo and Artemis Artemis and Demeter are, and it would be something that would relate to Artemis. I think some story of that line, but he says it quietly enough that no one could hear but the gods, and sacrifices that way.
And you hear sort of the sounds of a forest on the breeze, of woodland creatures and animals. Just a plentiful forest, ready to be hunted. And you also sort of smell the scent of a bountiful harvest, as both of the gods have accepted your sacrifice. Yeah, so if everybody's got their divine favor and their bond and all that stuff, or Hilaria's got his bond, then that brings us to the end of the sacrifice phase. So next up, I'm gonna give you guys two options, because we're up at midnight my time, 11 o'clock for Central Time, folks. Technically, next comes the leadership phase, and then we do the Vault of Heaven. I'm cool swapping that, and we start with the leadership phase next time, before the island, if that works.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Just to the way that we play games. So
Yeah. I always question that order a little bit. So all right. So the Vault of Heaven, which is, everyone can see that on the Strife player sheet that is on the stream right now, or at least it should be. Yep, looks like it is. So this is the part where you earn your progress towards getting home. So I will mark a star for every sort of god that was honored or pleased while on the island. And if you greatly please a god, I mark 2 stars. I also can mark wrath if you all dishonored or displeased a deity. I think for this first island, and I've ran this island before, and I think I feel similarly as I did in previous times I've run the island. I think you all have earned 2 stars with Apollo. I think that Apollo is greatly pleased by your actions on the island because you have preserved the knowledge while cutting away this sort of most dangerous element. And I think Apollo trusts Thessia and believes that this knowledge is good. And that bright torch was a sign that knowledge should not be hidden or destroyed, but should be revealed to all. And I think that is what you all accomplished. So I think Apollo is greatly pleased. I also think that Artemis is displeased because this great beast that was begging to be hunted has been left to slumber. And so I will also mark 1 wrath with Artemis, which may come at any time. Artemis can decide, hey, fuck you guys, and make your lives more difficult. By adding 1 level of wrath is just a d8. So it's another d8 that the enemy gets to roll to their pool, or that I get to roll for my strife pool, and those sorts of things. So for each star I mark, all of you can mark a divine favor with Apollo. So you all get 2 divine favor with Apollo. If that would fill you up, maybe you want to change your decisions from the sacrifice. I'm cool with that. If you want to move one of those. If like you can't mark anymore, I'm totally fine with you carrying that over to another god. Because you guys spin a lot, and I think it's best that everybody gets all of their divine favors that they earn.
Thanks. I was about to get screwed by that.
Yep.
I was like, awesome.
Yeah. And then
backup character, great Xenon.
And whenever you all get that 3rd star with Apollo, some special stuff happens. You'll get like a boon and a bond with Apollo and all kinds of great stuff. But so far you just have 2 stars, which is a lot. That's like most of that constellation. So if Apollo ever shows up again and you do something at least a little bit that he likes, then that'll be 1 constellation done, and you need at minimum 3 to go home. So you guys have made good progress from this 1 island, like a 4th there. I think what we might we'll see where we're at when we get into that 3 constellation realm and see, if that's when you all go home or if I want you to do 4 or 5 constellations. We'll see. Because it depends. Yeah, but that is all but the leadership phase, which you can do next time. But that is the island of Nemos completed, and it fades into the mists. And you can see as these stars, you can see as the 2 stars that you have gained with Apollo actually brighten in the sky. And this sort of kind of path of stardust brightens. And it is almost leading your ship along towards your next destination. And we'll find out what that destination is next time.
Cool.
And that's all I got. I ain't got any more than that.
Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
I hope you guys have fun.
Really cool.
That's great.
That's 1 island down. I've got I've only got 15 left. Or 20. I don't know. It's a lot. There's a lot.
Awesome. That's great. I like how our decisions on paths really impact this part with the constellations. That's really neat.
For sure. Yeah, and there will definitely there's a variety of gods called upon on each island, so you might not see Apollo again for 5 islands. It just kind of depends on what the sequence is, and I like that as the game master, I have a good bit of kind of control to tweak the length of things, because I could be yeah, let's just not go to any islands that Apollo gives a shit about. But you can always make a contest mythic and make him give a shit about it. So, I mean, it's kind of, there's a good balance of power there.
So this one being mythic, did that change anything?
That definitely helped you earn that 2nd star.
Okay.
That Apollo was definitely paying attention even more and like actually manifested his presence, kind of deal. Not like physically, but like spoke. Yeah, and you all weren't the only ones that heard that. Like everybody in that court was shook. They were like, "Oh, oh no, not the gods. We don't want to hear from you. We just want to make sure you don't notice us. That's not good." But yeah, David, anything else
No.
for this whole shebang?
Let's see here. We'll be back on Monday for Shadowrun.
Character creation.
Yeah.
Math.
Yes, exactly. And then we're gonna get to jump into Brindlewood Bay on Wednesday. So everybody who's watching, make sure you check out all that good stuff. We are, of course, in the throes of February at this point, so we're starting up all of our games, and so now is a great time to get in on these, so you kind of know what's going on from session to session.
Sure.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, that's all I have to say, and I think we can probably call it there. So everyone at home, as always, have fun and play well.
May all your rolls be clearance.